All right, here we go, folks. Give you a little screen share action here. Just all of your beautiful faces. There we go. There we are. Okay, guys. So,
The fuck is that?
I'll tell you in a second. Last session, you all, having completed your downtime, great success and fortune was yours. Glory, even. The name of the new dawn was known well across the Rock of Brawl and many other ports across realm space. And the captain decided now was the time to learn something of the Astral Sea, as opposed just to wild space, and suggested that we head deeper into the astral plane and head for gray space and check out the world of Oerth and see if we can scrounge up some work there, and then eventually return to the port of call, the Rock of Brawl. The party and the rest of the crew seem quite excited by this prospect, the idea of learning a little bit about the Astral Sea and travel in the Astral Sea, what lurks out there, and and you all began your voyage. You were, hard at work, and perhaps this is the justification for your upgraded rank. Is that perhaps during the duration of your travel through realm space to the edge of wild space, you guys were learning a little bit more about your disciplines. And you guys traveled on. You celebrated 100 days aboard the New Dawn, your crew having very quickly grown in glory and skill together. You entered the Astral Sea and began to travel along the flow towards gray space, but not until you were suddenly pulled out of wild space for some unknown reason that would quickly reveal itself. Things that your thought to be faithful Spelljammer, Loradi Suthra, was not faithful at all. Indeed, she assassinated a number of crew members, including Yersinia, one of the original New Dawn members, and took from her some kind of complex scroll. And a number of mind flayers appeared aboard the ship, including a rather strange one that seemed to be stronger and equipped with a psionic sunblade. The battle was an ambush. It was a dire situation where Laradi Suthra fired off fireballs and exploded the gunpowder on the top deck, killing many crew members. Some of the crew that was brought aboard by its perhaps Loradi Suthra ended up being double eight or secret agents on behalf of the Illithid and started attacking all of you, which you fought faithfully against, but in the end was dire circumstances. Apoxy was taken down behind the scenes, and it seemed that they were after Ed Jord, as they referred to Ed as the Map. It was by the power and luck of Lint Glittergold that Zalace and his faithful cleric, whatever your name is, got thrown through the astral winds off the side of the ship, free and away, along with the turtle, or Sunklo. These seem to be the only survivors, including the rest of your party. The rest of you being captured. And in the end, your captain made a valiant effort to hold back and possibly cover the retreat for many of you against this strange mind flare. But in the end, he was made to surrender to save all of you, and his life was taken by this most ruthless and certainly merciless mind flare. So, for a moment, you find yourselves all of you that were aboard the ship, you find yourselves either under blade or tentacle, making you incapacitated or under the threat of death. Your weapons, your arms, your arcane foci are taken. And you are all then eventually found yourselves, you see them, the different mind flares sort of move about. And, some of the crew members say to the mind flares, they say, "What about this one? And this dragon?" Referring to Varsh, and it'll sort of like gesticulate with its tentacle something in psionics and wave his hand and say, "Yes, master." Varsh, taken by the mind flayer tentacles, and the fate of your dragon, you told it to sort of surrender, and you don't know what happens there. And similar to Varsh, all of you are taken in various ways, all under the hold of tentacle maw to incapacitate you. Um, and you are in your brief sort of glimmers of consciousness throughout the stunned condition. You will see this strange ship, and I'm going to actually send you a picture of it to give you a better idea of what exactly it is you're interacting with here. But as previously described, to some degree, you see a, for all intents and purposes, alien ship. It looks to be like some kind of prehistoric shell with tentacles coming out of its base, strange dorsal fins, and glowing purple and red lights from seemingly random places aboard the ship. Completely alien in design and terrifying to behold. Right? This is what you see before you, minus the little portal in the back. Here and there in glimpses of your stunned vision. So that's what this is supposed to look like. Obviously, that's very hard to represent. So, thank you for your theater of mind. But as you guys are all pulled away and brought aboard the ship for various reasons, the likes of which are unidentified to you, perhaps except for you, Ed, as it's been pretty clear that they're after you. But all of you guys, all of these survivors are brought aboard the ship. But we're going to pull away from all of you. You're not, your capture is important and will be dealt with in a second. But first, we need to go to some folks who are sort of floating around out there. Zalace, Chaplin. As far as you know, other than the Auror, who seems to have disappeared into the astral winds, are the only two free survivors of the New Dawn. You see the New Dawn ship in the background, sort of the front of it on fire, the mast sort of fallen over, the ship very much falling apart, and you also see the mind flares sort of floating through the Astral Sea towards this ship in a sort of group as they begin to take to their own vessel. All of you, you two, sort of floating around in the Astral Sea as well, can kind of see the whole scene here. What do you do?
So how far away are we from either ship? So I know we've been pushed a while away off, but what ship are we closest to?
At this point, you're like over here. You're certainly closer to the astral wind sort of seem to give out once you get closer to this alien craft, this mind flare alien craft for sure. As you see the New Dawn much more in the distance.
Do we have the means to move through the Astral Sea?
Make me an insight check. You both can make one if you wish.
So yeah, 14.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, 13, dirty 20. Yeah, you guys begin to sort of feel yourselves out and begin to understand that the Astral Sea is sort of what you make of it. Especially you, Zalace, you feel the powers of the psionics, the Astral Sea itself flows through you, certainly more than Chaplin, and you realize that your thoughts are what propel you around here. So you two will come to realize that your movement speed is now a flying speed, where you now have a flying speed that is equal to 5 times your intelligence score in feet.
And we don't have to worry about Zalace not being able to. He doesn't need to breathe out here, right?
No, you guys find that you are able to interact and survive out here quite well.
All right. Well, I know it seems tempting to head toward the alien ship, but I don't know that that puts us in any better situation than we were to begin with. It seems like we might be better off if we return to our own ship and try and regroup.
I think that was, yeah, I agree. That's most probably the best plan. See what we can salvage, use anything from that. Keep on if we can use the Weaver. You know, try and retrofit it with something that we've got. Let's have a look, see if there's anybody left on the ship.
Completely agreed. Let's swim.
All right, you guys begin to slowly move. You will see that there is a number of, like, it's not just like a one shot, just like the people moving over there, but you do see that they seem to be traveling cargo from your ship. They seem to be, doing other things. You might see chunks of the Weaver being traveled, not chunks, but certainly a heavily damaged Weaver being transported over to the ship. If you guys wish to travel over, I'm going to need you guys to make some stealth checks to not be seen.
Yeah.
As you sort of float without cover.
Oh,
Which is actually a good point I'd like to put out there for you two. Is that out here in the Astral Sea, you have no cover.
right.
So regardless of how good your stealth is, unless you travel far away enough that like you're just a pinprick against the landscape, which is entirely possible. It won't matter how good your stealth is. If you guys fly right by the Nautiloid or the this alien ship, and someone looks over, they're gonna go, "Oh yeah, hey, let's go."
So basically, they're transporting everything from our ship to theirs in some way, anything that's useful.
Can we fake being, I don't know, deceased?
Well, if not, I can use sonic whispers between us so that we're can communicate.
Yeah, all I mean to say is that if you wish to stealthily get to the galleon, it's just going to be a bit of a long way around the situation. Sure. Like, it's totally fine. You just it's not going to be a very direct route. It's going to take some time to take a safe and wide route towards the ship.
No problem. I think we might do that. And I'm not 100% sure that they're terribly interested in us. So maybe as we get closer to the ship, if there looks like there's still some activity, we'll worry about stealthing then when we're able to find some cover. But for now, I suppose we just avoid them.
Okay, so even though that they're taking all the stuff from the ship, you still want to go back to ours?
I think so. I mean, I'm not sure that I'm sure that they're going to take everything that's obviously useful, but I don't know that that necessarily means that everything that's useful to them or everything that's useful to us is also useful to them. There may be survivors. We don't know if Apoxy is still over there. We'll see.
Yeah, okay. We'll carry on with the plan. We'll go back to ours.
Okay. You guys begin a wide traversal back to the galleon. It will take some time. You do see the Elven women that sort of betrayed the crew. They're sort of mostly in charge. You'll see some other individuals come from the actual alien ship as you begin your wide traversal. Some individuals that seem to be, they look fairly normal. Like, they look like various sailors and such as they begin to travel to the ship. They very much look to be salvaging at least some stuff from your ship. You'll have to, if you get there, you'll have to take an account as well. Okay. So while that's happening, we will come aboard the ship, and I'm gonna keep things as they are on the board because I don't want to give away the oh god, put my hand up. I don't want to give away the alien interior of this ship, especially to our 2-3 friends here. So you guys are all brought aboard the ship, and you kind of come to consciousness as you tumble forward in a dark space, each of you, to which there's a sort of closing sound as the walls almost seem to organically sort of seal themselves to the carapace door. And you sort of shake your heads and come to and realize you're all in very strange cells. Bisan, you'd be the only one who is familiar with the shall we say the architecture, not the actual layout, but the architecture of the space. All of you will find yourself in a dark, lit only by a single glowing pink. Might be a rock, perhaps. Seems to be your only light source within these rooms, but there's no bed, there's no nothing in these small cells. In fact, they're probably like 5 by 10, not very spacious at all. The wall, like under your feet, the ground feels warm and maybe even fleshy at parts. Not like that you step into it and your feet mesh in, but it very much feels like you're standing inside of an organism. Solid carapace, almost feels a bony feeling here and there. There's something truly alien and living and possibly elegant about this alien design that is unnerving. Apoxy, you're going to come back online in this moment, and you'll look around a similar space, though your setting is much larger than our other three, Varsh, Bisan, and Ed. And you'll notice in the corner is a familiar lunar dragon.
Oh, my factory reset finally finished.
Windows finally finished updating.
What I see? Same setting, right?
Do you have dark vision?
I don't believe I do.
Okay, then make me a disadvantage perception check just to kind of look around your space and see if you can see anything interesting.
Disadvantage?
Disadvantage because it's dim light.
The disadvantage indeed. This 8.
8. Other than the fact that you have 6 walls around you, you have something in there that looks like a door. As much as something can look like a door in this strange alien space, but there's no furniture, there's no windows. It's just 6 walls. There's something that looks like it's a door. You have no idea how it opens, and the dragon just sort of sits in the corner with a rather body tensed, like anxiously tensed.
Hey, little guy. I can't speak to you, but what's going on? Is it tied up?
No.
I get up and walk to the door, see what it's about. I touch the door.
Touch the door. You don't really have like touch as much as other folks do, but as
I get the sense of pressure.
Yeah, the sense of pressure. Maybe it's more of your like heads-up display that informs you on what you're feeling rather than actually interpreting it. But you sense you put your hand on the door and it is sort of cool to the touch, much as you'd expect like touching like a beetle's shell, perhaps. But it is solid. It is a solid door.
I'm gonna. Can I knock on it?
Sure.
Anybody out there? Out there?
No response. You knock again.
I start banging it. Tush, tush, tush.
In that moment, so you start banging against it. The door opens up in a very strange way, like it separates in like 6 different parts, like, and gets sucked into the actual walls around it. You see standing in the door is a mind that looks down on you with angry eyes, and you hear within your mind, "If you do not desist with this meddling, I'll be forced to rend your mind."
Lucky for you, I'm in need of a job. Take me where you need.
You will be called upon when the prophet decides your fate.
Darn it.
Door closes once more.
It's just a dark room. No, there's nothing to see outside of.
There's no windows whatsoever. It's a dimly lit.
I can't connect to the Wi-Fi network. You might want to check
The Mind Flayer's Google Home system is slightly not working on this ship. But yeah, it's a cell. As far as you can tell, you've been locked within. You don't know how to get out.
Can I get a general sense if this is a bad thing?
Yeah, this is a very bad thing.
I'm busting through the door.
You're held under lock and key by a Mind Flayer. That's pretty bad, dude.
I'm going overcharged and breaking through the door.
All right, you rage. You start bashing into the door.
Oh, I'm gonna get the claws out.
Your hands sort of in a sort of transformer kind of way, like sort of almost modify themselves as part of your rage. You start tearing at the door. As this happens, the door will open, and you will see the same Mind Flayer appear.
I charge at him.
Okay, I'll tell you. So I will say, there's the Mind Flayer, and he's backed by 2 other warriors that look to be like swashbuckling sailors or whatever, and you charge. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw as you charge the Mind Flayer.
No. All right. Holy cow. 19 plus.
Oh, you're good. That's
okay.
it.
Okay. 19.
You feel something pervading your mind, but it wanders by you improperly, and you charge. As you do, the two other warriors from behind charge you. I want you to make me a series of 4 athletics checks.
All right.
You have an advantage because you'd be raging at this moment.
Oh. 12. Okay. Athletics?
Mm-hmm.
17. Not 20 on the second. Ooh. 9. Ooh. Terrible. 7.
So the first one tries to grab you, and you smash their hand away. The other one like grabs you across the neck, and you
Master Zalace,
where
shit. Are you?
Not my glasses. Yeah, you're yelling. Then they can manage to get their hands on you, and they both manage to like grapple you across each arm, and they're like, get it back inside, it's malfunctioning. And then they shove you back into the space. You tumble backwards, and the door closes once more.
I'm gonna try scratching a way through this living being, I assume.
And you start clawing at the door. So we're gonna pull away from that. But the other 3 cells, where Ed, Bisan, and Varsh in your separate cells, you perhaps hear the ragings of Apoxy. Sort of very faintly through the door. You just hear the sort of yelling and the scratching and the roaring, and the closing of the door.
Oh, sorry, Zalace. Forgive
Anything that
me.
you 3 would want to do in this cell, be thinking about?
So, are we all in separate? Is everyone in separate cells?
Yes.
And just to like clarify, you said we had our like magic, our casting focus is taken away, but that only means that we can't cast spells that require material components. I know the rules.
Good job.
I'm going to go to the back of my cell and cast prestidigitation on the back wall and draw the symbol of the moon.
Okay. Understood. The space goes black. Other than the symbol of the moon, as if the symbol itself is speaking to you, and the flicker of the purple light just above you. And you hear the voice saying, the 3 voices in unison say, I warned you, Varsh Voidlands.
Yes, a very detailed and extensive warning. Was this your intent all along? To restore to me friends, comrades, a crew, and then to sit back and enjoy the wrecking of the ship and the loss of everything a second time over? Were you curious to see a repeat of the first time it happened? I thought you disliked my original tale.
So, there's says there is power in your pain, Varsh Voidlands. These other ones you travel with have a path before them. Only you understand this path more than they. Do you truly believe that there is nothing to be gained in loss? There isn't strength through pain. It is these moments that show who the true warriors and heroes of legend are, the ones who crumble under the weight of circumstance or those who rise against it. The path is laid, Varsh Voidlight. You can submit to it, or you can fight it.
A hero, huh? A legend.
I care little for heroes, Varsh Voidlights, but I do care that you escape this vessel. It has been made so by other forces that you are not hopeless in this cell. Have faith, Varsh Voidlights, if you would, within your crew. There are others who might free you, if they are not fools.
Thank you for your wisdom, my lady. You might yet actually get a faithful follower out of me yet.
There's a sort of, you can't see it, but you could almost, if one could feel a sort of satisfaction, as if she's pleased that you're beginning to understand, or at least seem to be. And with that, you find yourself back within the cold cell space once more, with the knowledge that all hope is not lost, that this cell may yet be penetrated by those on the outside. There's crew alive left, still free.
I kind of call out to my cellmates. Identify yourselves. Who is imprisoned with me?
You guys hear this in a deep muffle. Ed to your right, Bisan to your left wall.
Bisan will say, "Here."
Good to hear your voice, Bisan.
Before we proceed, I think I want to take stock of how things are going in everyone's mind. Everyone's I'm glad to see everyone's already trying to make escapes and see the plans going on, but this experience surely has probably taken a toll on some, and you especially, Bisan.
I was going to say, Bisan is not actually trying to escape at this moment. That's not, she's doing shit, but that ain't it. So yeah, let's check on her mind.
So Bisan, what are you, and I will say, for anyone who feels like this is a traumatic enough experience, we can roll on the madness chart. Or roll a wisdom saving throw against it. For short term, doesn't have to be anything too long term. If the moment is terrifying enough.
She's thinking exclusively in GIF right now. And in fact, she would have said here in GIF.
All right.
Luckily, I can understand that. Woo.
Yeah.
She knows you can't.
Forgetting that the madness chart. What about like intense guilt? Does that count?
So intense guilt, possibly. So basically, how the madness chart works is that there's 3 levels. There is short-term madness, long-term madness, and indefinite madness. Indefinite madness is obviously like, you know, they were all pretty self-explanatory. I don't think I need to expand. But I would say you could roll a wisdom saving throw against undertaking madness, and you could decide sort of which would be the most suitable in this moment.
Yeah.
Long term is a couple of hours, possibly a day or more. Short term is a couple minutes, no longer than an hour. Indefinite's obviously indefinite until some resolution or magical cure is found.
So do you want me to just roll like a straight wisdom? Or
If you want to, roll a wisdom saving throw. This is not.
Oh,
This is
God.
totally for RP optional.
Yeah.
I
That's
would
gonna be
like
a
to be a
7
victim.
plus 1, 8.
8. That is certainly a failure. So I'll tell you what. How is Ed experiencing this? Is this like a momentary like lapse of sanity where you're like, okay, and then eventually you get control of yourself, or is this like, this is well, you know what? Maybe we'll let you decide in a second. So we're gonna start with the short term. That's how we'll do this. So roll me a D100 to see what you're dealing with right now.
Yeah, that's sure. Mm, 80.
80. So for the next 9 minutes, that's so weird, but whatever. You completely have a mental break. You have a complete psychosis, and you suddenly have the overwhelming urge to try and like get out of this room by any means necessary, including if you have to like start trying to eat the walls.
Trying to eat the walls.
Yeah, for some reason the muscle and flesh and the organicness of the interior sort of makes there's like a hate in you, and you just want to like fight your way out of here, even if and like something about it, like there's a feralness to you that makes you want to like almost like tear with your teeth these walls if you can.
That's sick. So I think like, yeah, that like Ed's scrambling, just seeing if he can find any sort of like any like, and initially he starts off looking for tools, but like it just becomes like that panic, like you said. If you allow me, he's like he thinks about merging with stone, but it obviously is like not working, and that's when he just starts like, he just takes like a claw at it, and he just starts clawing at it, and then he starts punching it, and like he is just going against these walls. So you guys can hear that, I guess, like just like tearing at that. Very like, like I tried to RP Ed as like happy reserve kind of guy. So this is like really like it's like, whoa, where's that energy coming from? And and he's just going at it. He starts mentioning like random names. I can't think of random names, but just think of random like fucking D&D names. And he because these are other people that have suffered exactly what happened to the captain. And it like not exactly steps per se, but similar type of vibe. So he's just kind of like, whereas Varsh looked at the cycle as like, gods, Ed is like, fuck the cycle, this is crazy. So yeah.
All right, so Varsh and then Bisan, you can hear this very faintly, which probably adds to the intensity of how crazy it is. You two hear Ed just in a complete panic, just absolute screaming, losing it, just absolutely just terrified, angry, but completely is having a psychological break in this moment. And Bisan, you hear this through the walls of the ship, which is very, very similar to an experience you had in the past, where you've heard screams through a very similar wall as these.
So at the end of the day, Bisan is Zerai. She was bred for this moment. Literally taken after being hatched. She has default written into her fucking DNA. And when she hears that, she becomes a void. Tell me, Ryan. They took the weapons and they took her belongings. Did they strip her?
They would have taken your armor. They would have taken possessions. They would have taken armor. They would have taken weapons. You're probably you're in your like whatever clothes at this point.
Jewelry?
Yeah, sure. They would have taken everything. They would have been very thorough.
Okay.
I was thinking something similar.
Yeah, no,
so
that's
all of you.
That's what I was wondering.
Maybe a wisdom saving throw. Yeah, maybe a wisdom saving throw, Bisan, as you enter into this state. So I was going to give you disadvantage because of experiencing a trauma like this, but because indeed you are Zerai, I will cancel it out with the advantage.
Thank you. You said wisdom saving throw? So dirty 20.
You find yourself like a void, as you say. The sounds of Ed's screams sort of fade away into the blackness as you recede within your own mind and find sanctuary within your own mind, as you were taught a long time ago. You create a sanctuary of psionic just peace, and you feel very much like you're back in limbo, back training with the other disciples, other recruits, and you are there is nothing there to feel. It is only peace that you find.
So I feel like she kneels down. If you remember Liam Neeson, and you've got the Sith, just Darth Maul, just pacing back and forth like an animal.
Yeah.
And he was just
Qui-Gon's
absolutely dead calm. And in her mind, she's simply going to play back what happened with no emotions, just what happened in that day. But everything's translated into GIF, but that's all that there is, without any judgment, just this is what happened.
Got it. And you feel, without judgment in this moment, perhaps more conscious you might have been revolted by it, but as you revert back to that GIF state and you just allow yourself to find sanctuary within the power of your own psionics, within the prism of your own mind, you feel the powerful ambient astral energy. You feel the amount of psionics that are flowing through the astral sea right now all around you. You allow yourself to find sanctuary in this place. Very cool, Bisan. And I'm going to say take inspiration, because that is a very cool Zerai moment, I would say, for you, as you call upon your training to survive this moment mentally. So coming back to you, Ed, as you find yourself 10 minutes later, you stopped around 9 minutes. You're just kind of like in the corner, kind of returning to some semblance of sanity. Just kind of like, that sort of 1,000-yard stare at the wall when you're just like, you're over, like you've been through too much and you're just kind of, you're out of it.
Sadly.
Yeah, sadly. The door opens, and you were going to see a couple of figures. You are going to see, first off, the Mind Flayer. You are going to see him backed by two that look like average sailory types humans, but you will see that their cranium is carved off around here, and their brains are exposed. As they sort of look at you, maybe they're a little twitchy like that. And amongst them are a number of sort of just like what look to be like almost like deckhandy servants and such, like from various different backgrounds, all of which have the similar cranium carving. They come over, they manacle you. They will sort of put something. They'll do it anyway for precautionary measure. They put like this almost like Hannibal style thing around your mouth, keeps your mouth shut, makes it hard to articulate words. Certainly verbal components. And as this is happening and as you're manacled, you see someone familiar amongst these thralls with the carved craniums. You see a man you have not seen in a long time. You see someone that probably makes your heart drop even worse. You see none other than the scientist, Mr. George, your father. Stares at you with unrecognizing eyes, carved open cranium, and is just hoping to restrain you.
I think like I mean Ed's just fucking stunned. Like he this is an actual nightmare. Like a real actual nightmare.
Yeah. This is yeah.
Honestly, I think at that moment it's kind of like all of Ed goes limp. It's kind of I hate to like reference it, but like because it's kind of a spoiler for Breaking Bad, but when Jesse finds out something big that just kills his soul and his body goes dead, that's like what Ed just find out. Like there's nothing left in there. You can
Why don't
like
you why don't you make me another wisdom saving throw, and maybe we'll upgrade this to potentially long term if you fail to save.
11 plus 1, 12.
For seeing your father with his cranium carved open and the implications of that, with them having sought you as the map, I would set the DC probably at least at 15.
Okay.
So I'm going to call that, unfortunately, I'm going to call that a failure. So
I would
make
have
me,
even,
yeah. Oh, you would
I would
have
have
gone
even
higher.
suggested
Make me,
disadvantage.
yeah. Roll me a D100.
Oh god. 23.
23. In this moment, you are so like overstimulated with traumatizing emotion that you just expect something worse to pop out at this point. You're like I'm in a mind flare prison. They're after me. I've been betrayed. Like it just keeps getting worse. Like the last, in your mind, hour or two, it's just been going from worse to dramatic to fucking traumatic. At this point, you are just paranoid. You're suffering from extreme paranoia, so much so that like you just don't trust the moment. You don't trust the next 10 minutes because you think just something worse is going to happen at any moment. You're going to be betrayed by someone else. Who knows? You have disadvantage on wisdom and charisma checks for the next 80 hours.
Okay.
And
80 hours?
80 hours, 80. Yeah.
Okay.
And they will pull you off. We will come back to Ed and the rest of you all in your imprisonment a while later. I will end it off by saying, Apox, as you continue to scratch the door, and admittedly at this point, finally starting to make like a little bit of progress. It is a hard, strong carapace, but you are starting to make progress. At this point, a small slot opens in the door. The mind flare peers in, and I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
8.
You are stunned. Your sensors just sort of fizzle out, and you are going to take 17 psychic damage. So you just sort of like fall back onto the ground. Just your circuits completely scrambled by the mind force.
17. That's bad.
17 psychic damage. That's right.
All right.
And then you hear that psionic voice within your mind as you're trying to come out of it. It says, "Desist with your feeble attempts at escape. You will have a new master soon. Fear not." And then the slot closes.
I feel at this point, Epoxy, for the first time booting up, does not want to get shut down immediately after awakening. So they're gonna have a sense of claustrophobia in this dark area.
You want to make a wisdom saving throw? For
Yes.
Madness? You want to call it short term or long term at this point?
See, I'll start with short term.
I'll start with short term. Okay, cool. Go for it. Maybe a wisdom saving throw.
I don't believe I have modifiers for that. 17.
17. That will be a success. As a barbarian, technically speaking, the whole point of being a barbarian is being able to channel your emotions well. That is the entire purpose of being a barbarian. That is your entire discipline, is taking emotion, whether it is negative or positive, and channeling it into something useful and powerful. So for you, I would lower the DC. Still difficult, but you will have passed in this moment. So we'll say you taking out your aggression on the door has allowed you to retain your sanity. As you have managed to express some of that panic and rage, you're able to keep your cool a little bit.
I'll take a seat right by the door and wait until I hear somebody come by again.
All right. We will peel away from that. And at this point, we'll say Zalace and Chaplin, you have made your trek, finally, across the Astral Sea. How fast are you guys on your, because it's 5 times your intelligence.
Yeah, I was 50 feet.
I was 75.
Oh shit, really? 5 times, oh, okay. So 50 and 70? Damn, that's pretty darn quick.
I would also, can I heal us on the way over there before we arrive?
Yeah, sure.
And then
Just to be
before we
clear,
get,
that was 5 times your your intelligence score. So okay, yeah, that makes sense. 5 times your intelligence score. Cool. Very, very impressive.
and then before we get there, there's also something I want to do before I feel like we have to start hiding.
All right.
Yeah, I want to use my blessing of the trickster on Zalace. Which
Okay.
Gives him advantage on stealth checks for an hour.
All right. The boon of glitter gold traipses through, and I'm going to check on you two guys quick before we proceed. I don't imagine you guys are going through madness, but you guys were right down to business. You're pretty quickly down to business. Your ship and most of your crew has been just obliterated. You've been betrayed by one of the officers that you've come to trust over the long time on the New Dawn. Where are you guys at?
I think myself, looking, going back to my background and what have you, that would definitely have triggered something, a fear or something within me. Especially having that, being attacked in that kind of way, in that kind of fashion, would have just triggered a flashback or two of what happened to me in my backstory. So
understood.
Yeah.
So as you guys are floating along Zalace, it's a long, quiet traversal, and there's nothing to do but reflect, and you find yourself in these memories. If you want, I'll allow you to roll the madness, but it's completely optional, but maybe it's entirely up to you.
I think there would be definitely something. As in, I'm not sure whether it would be on the madness scale, but I definitely would have been triggered with some sort of, I don't know, like PTSD or something like that, and have that doubt of about what's going on and what's happening.
So I'll tell you
I'm
what.
happy to roll for something.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. We'll not make it random. I will pick something that's suitable to what you've described, where you're just sort of having a PTSD moment. I'll try and pick something that's suitable to that rather than, if you fail. But making a wisdom saving throw, I'll say because you're free and because you have a companion at hand, I'll lower the DC a little bit.
19.
19. You're having a PTSD moment. You're having flashbacks. This is not great. This is really fucking bad, and you're feeling bad about it. But you keep yourself together. You keep your shit together as you're floating through the Astral Sea with Chaplin, and maybe there's parts of you inside that either want to recede or be expressed, but you keep focused on the mission for the moment, or at least you keep yourself out of breaking down at any point. What about you, Chaplin? What about you? How are you doing?
Yeah, I normally like to make these types of rolls. I like adversity as a player. But I don't think Chaplin's in real bad shape as a result of this. I think it's less for him right now. Because he was stunned through most of the situation, then did what he could once he was able to act. I think it's less about like remorse or loss of hopefulness and more about a determination to like do the best they can with the situation remaining, to act as well as possible to help from this point forward.
Got it. And that has been your role on the New Dawn, other than being a bosun for the longest time, has been taking those people who are too severe or struggling, because you're on a veteran ship. There's no small amounts of PTSD floating around. And it's been your jobs to join the ship to create these crazy animals and make jokes and crack pranks and be the clown a little bit and hide that away. So you find yourself doing that more than ever in this moment, but you're ready, and you also perhaps have the feeling that your god is on your side. He saved you from the mind flayers, and now you got to pay it forward.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, with that,
so
go ahead.
Just some housekeeping stuff. On the way there, I burned a few spell slots healing Zalace and myself a little bit. I'm not fully healed. He may be, I don't know. But I just messaged him how much I healed him.
Yeah.
I'm using game mechanics to play that out.
Okay. So I'm just going to zoom out from the New Dawn here. I'm not going to take a minute and readjust the entire thing, but I'll say at this point you return, and you see that the deck is like the whole ship hasn't been engulfed in flames. It has died down quite a bit. You expect because they wanted to salvage some stuff from it, and at this point, the ship has been largely abandoned, which I will say, if you two want to roll an insight check.
Yeah.
About, is that a good thing or technically a bad thing?
I got a 16.
Nice.
15.
16, 15. The two of you would recognize that, you'll go through and look and see like what the damage is, what they took. But the fact that there's nobody on the ship anymore, like you do see them traveling, and you probably were intentionally avoiding them. So you see them traveling back over to the alien ship. This isn't a great sign as far as timing goes, because if they board the ship and they've locked everything down, they decide it's time to go and they leave, you'll never find your friends.
Are we positive that there's nobody at all as far as they go, as far as the people moving the cargo off the ship? We're positive that they're done.
What do you? people off the ship are done?
The enemies, or we're certain that they've finished their activities on board the New Dawn. There's nobody left.
There's nobody, as far as you can tell, there's nobody like keeping watch on the deck, which would be a very necessary thing for a boarding or a scavenging mission. They only just left, so you've got time, but you do sense that they have taken what they want from this place.
Shoot. Okay, I wanted to get on there while there was still somebody left. Okay.
Yeah, I'm afraid. So you've got time, and even once they've all boarded, they're not gonna take off the moment the last person steps on the deck. It's just not gonna work like that.
Sure.
They're pretty assured about their victory. They're feeling probably pretty good about themselves, so they'll take their time, right? But anyway, you land on the deck of the New Dawn. You see the carnage. You see that no care has been taken in the extracting of stuff from this place. You see that the cargo doors have been basically torn open. You see that the bodies are scattered. You see the body of the commandant. You see the body of the captain. You see the body of many of the other crewmates scattered across the deck, their equipment and such.
Can I do a quick thorough check to see if anybody is revivable?
Make me a medicine check.
I got a 12, but I'm going to use my built for success. Hold on.
Sure.
Sorry, let me find it.
No, take your time.
All right. Oh, it's a D4. Shoot. Okay, I got a 13.
13. No. Even the people that might have been alive post the attack, you see their throats are slit. You get the sense that they, for whatever reason, your current party members were of interest to them, and that is why they're alive. They have some use or interest to the mind players. The rest, they are no longer with you.
All right, so we've done everything we can to save anybody who may have been savable, but there is no one left.
I'll tell you what, Zalace, why don't you make me an investigation or perception check to since Chaplin's doing the medicine stuff, why don't you do the seeking stuff and see if you can
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I wouldn't mind just rooting around the top deck at least and seeing whether the captain or anybody else has got anything on them. So, yeah.
Absolutely, go for it.
So, what do you say, insight or investigation?
Investigation or perception, it is your choice.
Both are 2, so that's 15.
15. You look around. Let's see here. You you're looking around, you go over to the captain, he's been beheaded. He's not coming back. You do, though, see two things. You do see that there is all of his person of interest to you. You see his mace, his weapon of choice, which was a fairly powerful weapon. You also see his holy symbol is sort of laced around his fallen hand.
Would I know what that holy symbol is?
Make me a religion check.
No, 6.
6. Yeah.
Can I make a religion check on that?
Sure.
18.
18. This is technically a holy symbol of Corlon Luthian, the chief deity of the Seldarine, which is the Elven pantheon, but it is different than other ones you have seen. It is sort of modified to express designs of the Astral Sea, very much sort of either a personal to the Astral Elves or a cultural, a cultural to the Astral Elves or a personal to the captain himself decoration, so as to sort of express and enjoy him in a light that also worships the Astral Sea as a whole. So That seems to be his symbol of worship was the chief god of the elves, and the Astral Sea as a whole seemed to be his god.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll pick both of them up. I'll put the holy symbol in my bag, and I'll offer the mace to Chaplin if he's of use of it. If not, then I'll stow it.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to take a look at that mace.
All right. You pick up the mace of the captain himself. Give it a moment. I'll tell you what it does. Well, I don't think you would know what it does in this very moment, but you take it and you can analyze it later if you wish. But you can add to your inventories the holy symbol of Captain Lunarbow, Coralon, and Captain Lunarbow's signature mace. The Commandant has fallen. He is flame scorched beyond repair, and all that remains of him is bits of him, some of his outfit. You do see that his musket and blunderbuss still seem to be quite functional.
I will pick that up and as much ammunition as he's got on him.
Okay. He has one musket shot left, but he has 5 blunderbuss shots left, and he's got a powder horn.
So
I'm gonna say the powder horn is gone, and there is a large hole section in the side of him. Perhaps it was ignited during the fireball. So no gunpowder, but the guns themselves are quite functional and loaded. So each one has 1 shot.
Would I know if there is any more? Obviously, because we upgraded to cannons, is there any powder keg left?
You can certainly go look below deck if you wish to see if there's any powder kegs left.
Yeah, I'll do that quickly.
Okay, you head down to do that. Chaplin, as you're holding the mace of the captain, you can go ahead and make me an Arcana check or a religion check if you wish to identify the mace.
Okay, they're the same for me. Hey, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. This is a mace very famously used by powerful clerics. This is a mace of disruption.
Mace of disruption. All right.
It is an attunement mace. It is a rare mace. When you hit a fiend or undead with the weapon, you deal an extra 2d6 radiant damage. The target has 25 hit points or fewer. After taking this damage, it must make a wisdom saving throw or be destroyed. On a successful save, they are frightened until the end of the next turn. While you hold this weapon, it sheds a bright light from it. 20 foot bright, 20 foot dim.
Oh, nice. All right. Nice. Okay. Let's see. What about the I guess I'll go and check, are the Spelljammer helm and the Ori still intact?
I will say, you know what? I'll say it's a lace because you rolled really high investigation. You did find rolling across the deck. You did find the Ori. So the Ori that Varsh and or Songquo has utilized throughout the adventure. You sort of find it in a corner of one of the, like under a desk in the corner of one of the rooms. So you can add a, I want to get the technical name for you. I believe it's called a spell Ori. Hang on a second. It's called a wild space orb. It's an uncommon magic item that you can keep. That seems to be in good repair. As you head down into the lower decks, however, you do see that the Spelljammer helms that have been collected are gone. They have been taken. You would also see that in the Spelljammer's room, most of her belongings are gone, and the actual Spelljammer helm that was there is like sundered. It's broken. It has been like destroyed with magic.
Yeah. So, and you can tell me whether or not I would know this, Ryan, but I'm assuming this means that we're like, regardless of what we would do, we're not able to move the New Dawn now, right? Don't we? We need a Spelljammer helm to move it.
You need a Spelljammer helm to move it. Yeah, the unfortunate issue is that they are very, very valuable, and thus easy salvage, which they definitely took.
All right, I will inform Zalace as quickly as possible that there is no Spelljammer helm on board, and that we don't have any way to sail the New Dawn. So, I guess we're going to have to take off in the direction of the Nautiloid.
Yeah. So can I just do a quick check to see if there's any more powder for the blunderbuster?
Yeah, I would say that you find a number of. I would say. How many would they have? I'm gonna say you find 4 powder cakes.
Okay. I would like to try and take as much as I can and fill my pockets or whatever, so that I've got enough there.
I will say that you're able to fill. It takes time to do so, but I would say if you wanted to be quick about it, you could fill 2 powder horns worth of gunpowder if you wish.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and those should be items on D&D Beyond powder horn. Yeah.
And what's the gun a blunderbuster? Is that what it is on here?
Yeah, that would be on there as well. Blunderbuss and musket are both items, and they both have separate versions of ammunition. So you want to add those ammunition, but you should be able to find them. These are not Exandria-based weapons. These do not have a misfire score. These are gift weapons. They're built much better.
Okay.
Ooh. Is there anything, Ryan, at all around that I can that strikes me as being useful in propelling us any faster across the Astral Sea?
That's a very good question.
I did have a thought about that.
Yeah, go for it.
I know that the mangonels are bust, but we had stored like the what do you call them? We're on them. Ballistas. We'd stored the ballistas, and they were still to the side. Are they damaged, or are
they are not damaged. They are below deck, but you guys could probably still aim them out the port side at the Nautiloid and still probably do what you want. The only thing about them that is different is that you would see that the pyramid cartridges that Ed developed are gone. They took them.
No, what I'm on about trying to do is propel us in that direction at a quicker pace than what we're doing.
Can we?
If you two want to try and fire yourselves out of a ballista at the ship, you certainly can try. Absolutely.
What about the mangonel? Is it oriented in a direction that we can get ourselves in that?
You could orient it in a direction, and it would fire farther too if you want. Yeah. And you guys, yeah, you absolutely. It's your dealer's choice, man. If you guys want to load yourselves with ballistas and fire, sure. If you want to go,
mangonel's better, isn't it? It's got a better range. You'll get us there quicker. Need the mangonel. Come on,
let's do it.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Chaplin, you're a bosun, so you could probably you want to try and like why don't you give me a jerry rig check to see if you can just like quickly affix the broken portions of the mangonel back together, which is it's just like a couple of key ropes that are broken. So it's not hard to fix it.
No, I got a 10.
Yeah, you do it just fine. You reattach. Literally, it's just like the firing rope that was cut so that it couldn't be. So it was like quickly disabled in the heat of combat. But it's very quick to fix. The two of you sort of use each of your actions to push it into the correct position, and you both jump into the hole. You like squish yourselves together. Like,
by the way, I want to remind everybody that we're both tiny people.
You're both small people. You're both like 3 feet tall. You like grab each other. You like hold on to each other for dear life as you're in that hole. All you have to do is cut that rope, and we'll see what fucking happens.
I'll throw a dagger.
They're like, good, good. And as you guys go flying through the Astral Sea, the Nautiloid, I'm gonna roll a little check here to see how accurate you guys are. So it was a disadvantage because it was far enough, but the dice are on your side. With a 16, you guys are gonna fly way over the line of individuals that were heading back to the Nautiloid with salvage. You fly right over top of them. Make me a stealth check, both of you. Zalace will have advantage per Blessing of the Trickster. This is great. This is everything. This is everything.
I
right
love
here.
this.
I got a 9.
Okay.
Oh, does my disadvantage count? I think it's for being loud and clanky. Does that count here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's 2 7s anyway on the dice, so 12 in total.
Okay. Zalace, you cover Chaplin's mouth as you guys are flying through the Astral Sea. And you guys, and you do manage to land on the top of the Nautiloid.
What?
So the stealth was just to see how stealthy you were about it. Maybe you guys hit the top a little hard. You forget that you can control yourselves mentally, and you just kind of hit the top a little hard. There's gonna be damage here, I gotta say. You guys literally shot yourself out of mega now. Give it a moment, and I'll see what would be fitting. There you are. You are both gonna take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the top of the Nautiloid pretty hard. My back! And Toby Maguire. My back! Ow! So that's where we're at, folks.
How much damage?
8
8
points of damage. Obviously, it wouldn't be funny, but it would be a little funny if Zalace got taken out again. Just from impact damage.
No,
or if he does it now to himself.
Yeah, or you do it now, you survive this, and you jump down to the next one, take yourself out.
All right, let's see what we got here. I might have to touch him with another. Yeah, I'm gonna give him another cure wounds.
I'm good. I'm good. Honest.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah, I'm all right for him.
Zalace tells the priest not to touch him.
Yeah, don't touch me. Stop touching me.
No, I'm
so
good.
mature
Don't
for
worry
your
about that. I'll let you know when I need to touch.
Gnarl,
Whoa.
Garl Glittergold says our bodies are beautiful.
That's good.
All right. I think you're gonna have to go alone on this. I'm not good at sneaking around like you are.
Okay, that's fine. We need to find somewhere for you.
Oh wait,
to be...
I take that back. I didn't say that at all. Because I got
You're
passed
hearing
with the
things.
face, motherfucker.
Hey,
Oh.
that's not bad at all.
It is good to be a trickster. All right, so I'm gonna cast Pass Without Trace on us both.
All right. Damn, it feels good to be.
That plus 10, isn't it?
Plus 10, go ahead and roll your stealth checks. Zalace will be at advantage. Chaplin, you'll be at disadvantage. Add a plus 10 to whatever your final score is. Or your final roll is.
All right, that was pretty good. Oh, yeah.
33.
26.
23 and 26. You
At
guys.
disadvantage.
33.
Disadvantage, man. 33. Holy shit. The Astral Sea folds itself around both of you and obscures you within the blackness of space, and all of those scintillating purple colors find themselves away from you. Um, you are like the shadows that lurk at the far realm. You are not to be seen as you travel onward.
So as an action while we're about to go down, I want to use psychic whispers on us so that we don't have to, we can communicate. So I just need to roll a d6 to see how many hours that lasts. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
2 hours.
2 hours. That's pretty good.
So and that lets us communicate with each other psychically for 2 hours.
Yes.
Great.
Up to like an incredible range, I'm pretty sure. Pretty far away.
Yeah, I can't see a range on there, but
Then maybe there's not a range. Maybe it's just like your minds are connected. You are quantum entangled for the next little while.
Across all planes.
All right. So while you guys are up there preparing yourself, I imagine in like under the roof, someone's like, "What was that?" Like up there as you guys smash into the roof. But fortunately for you, it is of little relevance. Again, I'm going to just pull back. I don't want to give up the interior yet for our daring rescuers here. Daring indeed. But Mr. Jord, if you are with us. Seems not. Oh, back, yes.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was my little computer was wigging out.
No worries, no worries. You are brought through the alien design of the ship. You are brought through a number of levels, and as you do so, you make your way past incredibly advanced weaponry attached to this ship that the New Dawn endured. Weapons that only your father would be able to create, like cutting-edge weaponry that has the mark of your father's artificiary skill upon it, as he walks you upward. And eventually you find yourself kneeling before this great being, once more this prophet of the mind flayers, as it seems to be dubbed, turns around as the other two mind flayers would present you to him. And he sort of floats just feet barely above the ground towards you and looks down at you. He has 6 tentacles as opposed to, oh no, he has 4 tentacles, sorry, wrong mind flayer. He has 4 tentacles and he looks down upon you. His muscular body, and you hear his voice pervade within your mind. And he says, "So, you are the son of this scientist here. You are the man."
Ed just looks back like still kind of lifeless at him.
He says, "He told us that you are the man, that you yourself possess it. You have 2 choices now, Mr. George. You may either tell us how to obtain the map, or we will, rather painfully, extract it from your mind. Your father resisted, but it was only a matter of time before we got what we wanted and more," as he sort of sort of gestures outward to the just crazy weaponry they have attached to the ship. Says, "You may make your decision now, Mr. George. Tell us how to obtain the map from you, or we will extract it through force."
Ed looks at his dad, like, well, what his dad is now, and even though like I'm paranoid, like I'm still like I can still have like cohesive some
Yeah.
sort of coherent thought, right?
Yeah, you're still Ed. You're just extremely paranoid.
And I'm sort of surprised actually because well if that's all he told them that I have the map and so I take like a moment just to process that. And then after that, I look around at what is clearly my dad's work, and just can I take a second to like try and make out how authentic it is to his usual stuff?
Sure, make me a. This will be a. Let's call it an intelligent tinkering check.
Okay.
Intelligence-based tinkering check.
Let's go. All right, that's 12 plus 6, 18.
18. Let's see. You look around at this weaponry and like you just see the mark of his work, and it is good work. It functions. It's not made with passion or enthusiasm. You can just tell it from the artistry of the work. It is crudely built to do what it does. Like you see like open like arcs of sort of lightning and power just sort of surging in and out of it. They're delicate weapons. They're not made with they function for the purpose that he was instructed to make them with. They were not made with anything more than that.
And none of the stuff here I saw before, like it's all alien to me. But I can see that
The weaponry is recognizable.
Oh, okay,
like,
cool.
Not them specifically, but it is recognizable that like he has done work like this before. But again, it is missing like plating. It's missing like the usual sort of innovation that he does. It is the base of what he was instructed to create, and it is sort of it's like a skeleton of what he would usually create. It works, it functions, it walks, but it doesn't have the grace of the skin and the flesh and the. It's not a fully fleshed out weapon, but it is a potent. It's nothing like what you were. It is nothing like. How do I describe this subtle?
It like I'm trying to kind of look at it as like when you can like comparing AI art to like real art is like that's what I'm trying to get here.
You understand it was your father who created these, not this thrall that is.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, sick.
As you look at him, and his eyes are like it's his face, but it's not his eyes.
Cool.
You know what I mean? Like something else is puppeting him.
All right, so I
think the prophet will say, "Do you like what you see? Your father's work now serves us. All of it will work to serve us. I have foreseen it within the waves of the astral plane. We will possess your father's greatest work, and you are the final key."
All right, and question: does Ed still have his goggles? His goggles don't have like escape out of situation, or they're just goggles.
You have your clothing. That's it.
Okay, because he there's a specific tattoo on Ed's eye, but Ed's just kind of like he takes a second here, seeing his dad's like the way he is, seeing his odds, Ed's just gonna look at the prophet himself and just ask like, if I have a map, I'd be the first. You'd be the first to tell me here. I don't really. I have no map for you. And like as Ed trails off, he looks at his dad again.
The prophet summons to his hand the hilt of the blade as it bursts into a purple light and sort of stuns you. This light that slew your captain. And he brings it to your neck. And he says, "This is not what your father told us. He told us of your crewmate, your senior, who carried a section of the weapon, and you carried the rest." He moves the blade to the neck of your father, who is now a thrall. And he says, "He has given us all we need. Perhaps I no longer require him."
And Ed looks down at the shining blade on his throne and just, oh, I'm really your map. won't be much use to you with that going through my neck now, will I?
Quite right. But I have all I need from your father. And he moves the blade to your father's neck. He says, perhaps I do not need this thrall so very much anymore. What do you think, Mr. Jordan?
I think that you don't even believe that. Everything you've given, trying to find me, that effort, whatever it is you're looking for, you know it's important, and you know you need me for it.
You are right. So make your choice. The easy way or the hard way. Either way, I am the prophet Savazk. I will bring the Illithid Empire back to the height of its power, and I will do it with your help, willing or not.
When I was getting dragged here, I was still stunned and only seeing like glimpses of stuff, right? Or was I more coherent?
When you were brought to meet the prophet here,
Yeah.
no, you were coherent, but all you would have seen is like stairs.
Okay,
When
because I'm just thinking, how long like walking wise does it feel from where Bisan and Varsh were at?
a while. Again, I want to keep the details subtle because we have two infiltrators here.
Okay.
I'll tell you the information when it becomes relevant to you, but at this time I want to try and keep it a little more subtle.
I was gonna look again at his dad. If I can still be me, I'll do what you need.
Where and how do we obtain the map from you?
I don't know. I don't.
You lie. I hear your thoughts, Ed Jord. You underestimate the power of my psionics. Make me an intelligence saving throw. Or wisdom saving throw, actually. As you feel
for the first part.
As you feel his psionic power beginning to sort of warm through your brain.
Okay, so that is 9 plus 1 of 10.
You feel a very invasive, very sort of defiling injection of his thoughts into yours. And in that moment, he understands your greatest fears, your greatest loves, your greatest passions, your deepest secrets, as he probes your mind. And he says, the tattoos. And he will look to the other mind flayers, and he will say, summon our wisest words. Go to work. Begin the interpretation process. If he will not help, throw him deeper. Thank you, Mr. Jord, though your lies have been fruitless. And he will look to your father, who will raise a hand, and he will swing the blade and cut your father's hand off onto the ground. And the creature will... You hear your father's voice. Though it is puppeted, you hear your father's voice sort of cry out in a muffled pain as his hand is immediately seared and cauterized from the wound, and his hand lays on the floor. A less useful thrall, but I will take him apart bit by bit if you resist me again. Take him away. And they will begin to haul you back to yourself.
That's just
yep, drags you, feet sort of down the stairs. Okay, we are going to come back now. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. You're terrifying.
Okay, that's going to bring us to Zalace and Chaplin. Let's see how this rescue attempt goes. All right, gentlemen, you stand on the top of the Nautiloid. What do you do?
Well, I guess first we're gonna try and peer over the side to see if we can, I guess, eliminate the possibility that they may be outside.
Okay. So you want to go to like the front of the ship and look down the various decks?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Two of you wander over. I want you to make me athletics or acrobatics checks to just sit. Or actually, never mind. You guys have your mental flying speed now. You don't need acrobatics if you don't want. Sort of float down to the edge here and look down, to which you see weaponry. You see weaponry the likes of which you have never seen before. You see lightning and metal and radiance and a many-barreled weapon. You see just weaponry the likes of which you have never encountered before. Down the many decks and out front, you see the tentacles sort of writhing out in front of the ship.
And do we see anybody on by the weaponry or on the deck right below us?
Make a perception check.
Ugh, 6.
6? Nope. Oh yeah, you know what? You see one guy. Even with a 6, you're like, nah, I don't see anything. Let's head down. Oh shit! And then you guys kind of pull back, and you see this one. He looks to be a spacefarer. He has a mace at his hip. He has a crossbow on his back, and his cranium has been cut off, and his brain is exposed.
No.
So how far away is he from us now?
He's about 30 feet. You would also notice that there is, and again, it's glass, but it's not. You see this sort of like thin reddish membrane right down that is like somewhat translucent. You get the sense that this is some kind of viewing area. So there might be eyes behind it. It's like a window.
Oh.
We'll back up from there and we'll go down the side. So where if we go back and my right to the side of the ship.
You want to go like over here?
No, other right. Sorry.
My other right? Okay. No problem. Like that?
So about there, yeah.
Okay,
and
cool.
Can we... So having a quick peek over the side, seeing whether there is anything that's we're going to get caught with. No. Apart from that, is that a viewing station there as well?
Yeah, there's another red membrane right there. You don't know if there's anyone on the other side, but it's clearly some kind of window. We
can't see through it, no?
You can certainly try, but you are kind of like looking at it from like a down angle, so it's difficult to see. But you can certainly try.
I'll move down to the next ledge, because I think that's going to be safe enough to do that quietly.
All right, you do so. Make me a perception check to sort of peer through that red membrane to the best of your ability.
Yes. 19.
Yeah, you look through it. You see through it. Let's go inside. Oh, what's going on? That goes. Actually, you look inside, and you do see it's sort of like a viewing room, if you will, and the door is closed. So there's nobody inside, and there's nobody to view through to pass through this window. Pass by this window. So it's sort of like an actual viewing room with a closed door.
Can I then, knowing that there's no one in there, can I go down onto the bottom deck where they're behind the guy?
Yeah, you want to... And Chaplin, you'll have to keep close if you want to...
Yeah, I'll follow him.
Okay. You guys sort of make it down to this deck. You would see there is a door right here beside you. And this guy's just kind of trolling around. Doesn't seem to notice you all with your crazy stealths.
Oh, there's a door?
Yeah, you see what you think to be some kind of door to your left and another one beyond right there.
Can we go in there?
I think we need to go in there. Do we need to take this guy out or leave him be? Will he have a key? He's got to be outside for a reason. How does he get back in?
So Zalace, in this moment, you feel that if you were to put your intention forward for the power of your psionics being a soul knight, you could open the door. Chaplin, you have no idea how to open the door, but Zalace, you feel that you have enough psionic power that you could wield the door.
So I'll do that then. I'll tap into the psionics and open the door.
You just sort of look at the door, and you kind of just focus on the connection between you and it, and you just sort of say almost to it, open, and you see it reacts in tandem. Or actually, here, let me show you the animation. It's pretty cool. Door swings open. You look inside to see. Let me get out my Nautiloid map here and make sure I'm giving it all right info. Okay. So this is the. Where are you? Okay, you guys are. Oh, Chimama. Okay, you look around and you don't see anybody on the interior. It's like a wide open space with a number of doors and stairs that seem to lead upward. But there is no it's sort of an open canopy where you do hear movement and sort of slimy tentacle sounds above. Perhaps there are mind flayers in the room, but not on this floor.
Okay, so
Thinking you're so stealth.
with being able to open the door with my mind, obviously a little bit freaked out, but because obviously it's all brand new to me. Would I be able to? It's a bit weird. Is there anything that I can sense within the area before we step in?
Make a perception check.
What was that? 20, dirty 20.
A dirty 20. I'm going to end the screen share just for half a second so I can give you your information. Let's go find out what you do.
I'm just going to start doing this when I come to a door.
Do it.
That's me.
Yeah. Okay. I'll turn the screen share back on. You listen and you can hear the sound of what is maybe 2 or 3 mind flares upward in the upward direction. Actually, it's a little more than that. In this moment, you guys are like, oh shit, and you'll swing around beside the door as you hear some people walking down these steps. And as you sort of do a little peek with your high perception, you do see 2 mind flare, 2 sailory looking individuals, perhaps a little more capable than the guy on this deck, and a number of sort of just like, I want to say just like deckhand thrall individuals moving a familiar but disarmed Ed George down the stairs and around the corner and down some more stairs.
So, well,
But other than that, no, there's nothing. If you were to step onto this deck after they leave, there would be nothing to catch, essentially.
I think we'll, for safety's sake, we'll let them go and we'll deal with that after. Because obviously we can talk in the head. I'll just tell Chaplin, we'll leave that. We'll deal with that in a minute. Let's try and find everybody else.
Yeah, I agree. We might also, before we stir anyone's notice, see if we can find some getaway vehicle.
Let's find someone first. Let's find people. Then we can try and make our escape. They've got the leader here somewhere. You know what I mean? So we'll bolt into the door.
All right, close it to the door. You can close it behind you, yeah. All right. And you step out onto this strange deck. What would you like to do? There's a number of doors over here that you suspect lead back out onto the platform you just exited. But there is stairs that lead up and stairs that lead down by the sound of where they took Ed.
So seeing that they brought Ed from upstairs.
Yeah.
Chaplin, if you want, we'll go upstairs.
Yeah, I think upstairs is the better way.
All right. You guys turn a corner and start making your way up the stairs. As you do so, you see a couple of things. You see a mind flare sitting at the back on a rather, Ethyrith-looking Spelljammer helm, and another one who seems to be sort of pacing back and forth here, looking out the window. You also hear the sound of another mind flare up above. And as you look up to the ceiling, that's all is presented. So I'm just going to give you everything here. This is kind of what you're walking into right now. And then it's just the roof. You wish to continue to proceed?
So I'm having a look here. I don't think there's any jails up here. I'm pretty
I will
sure
say you do see, this is the prophet. You see him sitting on this high chair, sort of like looking out at the Astral Sea.
We'll back away slowly.
All right, you back away slowly, and you do so just fine. At this point, you do feel the ship sort of, nothing that makes you stumble or anything like that, but you feel the ship beginning to sort of turn and move. You get the sense that the ship is now beginning its flight. It's probably going to jump to cruise speed any moment. But you guys back away.
All right, let's check downstairs.
Can I try something then? Obviously,
Sure.
I have the psionic whispers capable, and if I'm able to open doors and stuff like that, can I try and reach out for Bisan? Because obviously she will be receptive to that psionic.
It's a very interesting question considering what Bisan is doing right now. Okay, Bisan, are you there? I want you to roll me intelligence-based insight checks. So Zalace, are you proficient at insight?
In insight?
Yeah, are you proficient?
Yeah. Proficient.
So I want you to make...
Bisan is not.
Excellent. Is not. Understood. So Bisan, I want you to make me a flat intelligence check. Zalace, you may make me a proficient intelligence check. So if you have a intelligence skill you're proficient in, like history or arcana or something like that, you can roll that instead.
Wow. No, I rolled a 6 on that.
6.
It's a 14.
14. I'm afraid with a Zalace, you're trying to do this. You're not nearly as experienced as Bisan is. Bisan's been raised to understand psionics. You're a novice. You're Luke Skywalker here, infiltrating the Death Star. Bisan is Ben Kenobi a little bit, maybe not Ben, but a little better.
We'll see how much latitude you give me. I've got an idea.
Okay, we'll see. But in this moment, Bisan, although you are reaching out through, the psionics around you, Zalace's sort of probe into the Astral Sea isn't quite intense enough for you to pick up from yourself.
Okay.
So you try and sense Bisan, you try and Luke Skywalker, you try and use the Force to feel the presence of your master, but unfortunately you do not.
Okay. So then I'll just explain to Chaplin what I was trying to do, and we'll make our way back down the stairs then.
All right.
All right, sounds good.
All right, you make your way down through the next area, stealthy as can be. Chaplin with your magics, keeping you two safe. You find yourself, as you're making your way down the stairs, you see a couple of individuals here and there, which is concerning. You see another one of these sort of thug thralls sort of wandering about. In fact, two of them, and a mind flare. Or, oh god, there's more of them. Just keep multiplying. There's 3 of them and a mind flare, and you see what seems to be some kind of strange cannon, much more similarly advanced, but they're just sort of wandering around the space. You do also see that there is a hole in the center of the room, which could be a sort of a cargo shipping thing, but they're just kind of wandering around the space. What would you like to do?
Are there like doors? There's no doors like on the sides of this space, right?
It's difficult to see because this is your perspective. You don't see the back wall. All you see is the cannon, the open sort of the open wall to fire it from, and the 4 individuals upon its interior.
All right, I guess we creep forward and peek around the corner, looking for additional rooms off of this room.
Peek around the corner, because you have a high stealth check, which won't save you forever, though. If they look in your direction, you're going to be a little kiboshed. But you see that there is a door to what would be Chaplin's left, so screen right, and there is a hallway to screen left.
Oh, so I'm going to be like...
It's like, you're like, I can hear you. We're
yeah, I was going to say, I just told you, just speak to me in your mind. Just talk to me in your head.
Oh, right. There's a hallway to the left and a doorway to the right.
Is so can you do any illusion or something like that to try and throw them off and push them away from this wall? So push them forward before in front of the cannon, or is it time for bag of tricks?
Let me try something a little bit more subtle first. All right. I will I'm gonna use thaumaturgy.
Okay.
To let's see. Yeah. Create an instantaneous sound. I'm gonna try and create like a large thump against the membrane in front of them. There's a membrane there, right?
Yeah. Like in front of the cannon?
Yeah, like a bird hitting a window type of like right.
And they sort of all turn, kind of sort of like look interested towards that direction. The mind flare sort of turns and he looks over at them and kind of gesticulates with his tentacles and sort of gestures with his hand. You expect a psionic command was given. You have a very temporary window, my friend. Where are you going? Right, left, or down the hatch?
Let's say we go down the hall.
Oh, down the hatch? Yeah, all right. Let's do it.
You guys jump down the hatch. You luckily have the power of your psionics to catch you as you fall. You land on your feet, subtly enough, avoiding that as you make your way deeper and deeper into the bowels of this evil ship. As you land, you see some familiar cargo crates from the hull of the New Dawn. Some of them familiar, some of them not. And you are in what you expect to be the Nautiloid cargo hold. There is a door right in front of you that I accidentally covered up, so we're gonna leave a couple boxes. And so yeah, there's a rather large door in front of you. You guys are standing on a platform, sort of probably like levitative landing platform.
Yeah.
Yep, boxes from the New Dawn, and the cargo bay expands beyondward. What do you do? Beyond.
Okay, can I just make a perception check or listen out to see if there is anybody else on this floor with us?
Sure thing. Go ahead and make me a perception check.
So that's a 12.
A 12. Nothing in the hold, as far as you can sense.
Okay. Can we just have a quick look at any of the boxes and see whether there's anything of use that we can find?
Yeah, absolutely. You crack open a couple of boxes. One of them you crack open and you find about 4 chests 4 smaller chests inside that are locked. As you crack open the wood casings, and then you crack open another one, and you see one of the stolen from the New Dawn Spelljammer helmets.
Oh, perfect. Can we crack open the smaller chests?
Yep.
If one of you wants to make a thieves' tools check,
Yep, I've got that. He says, sleight of hand, yeah? Thanks.
sleight of hand.
Day 20.
Dirty 20. You crack open one of these boxes, and you look inside, and its contents seem to be the personal possessions of Varsh Voidland.
I will. Right. How much room, how much can we carry?
How much carrying capacity you got?
That's what I'm just.
So Varsh, what is the total weight capacity of your possessions?
Okay, so look, see, is the Wild Space Ori still there?
No,
No,
I've
that
got
would
that.
be
That'll be-
stuff.
That'll be gone. Okay, in which case, 29 pounds, including the pack itself, and then there's also all my weapons and shit. It's 23 pounds of equipment.
All right, 23 pounds of equipment, Zalace.
And
Is that-
29 pounds
so-
from the backpack. So that's like
All I'm looking at is
52
like,
pounds
any
total.
armor, any armor and weapons.
Okay.
Not any other instruments like that.
Okay, for I'll be 16. For my bow,
So maybe just your bare
swords,
equipped, yeah.
yeah. For bow, sword, leather, totem, and presumably arrows, that would be a total of about 19 pounds, I think. Yeah. There's also you also find a silver circlet. I don't know if either of you know what it actually is, but there is a circlet there as well.
So I'll talk to Chaplin. These cases must be everybody's equipment. We'll pop
Right.
the rest open, but we might have the capacity. I've got the capacity to carry maybe another 50 pounds before I start moving a bit slower. What about yourself? Or are we going to leave it here? We need to take something so that they can fight if we find them.
Sure. Do you want to take a look forward first and see what's between us and them? Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I would like to try again and sense if I can hear Bisan or sense Bisan while I'm on
Feel the
this
presence of Bisan. Okay, so Bisan rolled a. You said what did you roll, Bisan? You rolled a 16 originally.
14, I think it was.
So 14. One of those.
14.
14. So we're gonna hold your 14 check, Bisan. That's sort of where you're at, right? Because Zalace, you may make another sort of probe into the astral plane.
Okay, so I rolled a 14 on the die. What was it you wanted? Insight? No?
That will do, Zalace, with a 14. It was an intelligence, but a proficient intelligence. But in this moment, you probe a little deeper and you feel your mind sort of connect to all those little strings, all that awareness, that general awareness of the astral plane. And you feel as if that very awareness, that sort of consciousness, that eternal consciousness of the power of the astral plane projects as psionics, almost sort of cradles your mind and sort of pushes it in the right direction. And you feel yourself sort of blending with the thoughts of the song. And in this moment, Zalace, you have a brief window, but if you wanted to, you could establish a psionic whispers with her.
Okay. So I will say the song. Zalace.
So mark off another whispers, because you will connect to Bisan this way. You'll have to use your feature to do that.
Well, that's the only two that I can do, because I can do up to 2 people, including myself.
Okay. Okay, sure. Yeah, we'll see you connect with them.
So I will say to Bisan that, Bisan, we're on the ship. We're trying to find you. We've found your gear. I'm not sure where you are, but we will find you. Stay where you are and we'll come. We've seen them take Ed, don't know where, but we're coming for you. Do you know where you are?
So, what Bisan would. All right, above the table, I need to know how much narrative. How much flexibility I have, because she is intentionally doing something else entirely, but I'd like to think what she's doing would allow her to respond. It just wouldn't exactly be in words.
So while you're having this, like, you recede into your mind to sort of avoid the trauma of the moment, while you're in that sort of, while you're sort of like letting go of your conscious senses in exchange for your psionic senses, you find, like, you two basically, it's like cars crossing on the highway. That's basically what happens. And in that moment, you two decide to sort of grab hands and make that connection as you guys are like traveling at each other. So it is your choice, Bisan, if you want to, you know, it's a little vague what you're what you're describing here. So you'll have to make a decision, I'll say. Do you want to speak and connect with Zalace consciously, or would you like to remain subconscious?
In this moment, because of what she's doing, she needs to remain subconscious.
All right. So Zalace, I'll say in this moment, you feel you have connected with Bisan, and she has heard what you have to say psionically, but no response comes. You're not attached enough that you can understand why, but you understand that she can hear you.
I think then with that, I think with my abilities not being great or being fledgling, I would just think that my connection isn't strong enough to connect.
All right.
I think that makes sense in that way.
Sure. Hey, the mind flayers could be doing something real fucked up to her right now. It's totally up to you how you want to interpret that. It's entirely your character decision.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that if I know that I can connect with her, but she's not responding in any way, I would think that, you know, that's most probably maybe me, or that case that something's happening.
Absolutely, that's entirely at your discretion. Absolutely.
Okay. So I'll let Chaplin know what has just happened, and I'll just say they are about somewhere. Don't think they're here, but let's check the rest of the holdout, and then maybe we skipped the floor. We need to find a way up. Maybe there's a room at the back, way up at the back, and not the front by where these guys are.
There's a door right over here, right?
Yeah, there's a door right there. Absolutely.
Let's check through this door and see what's through there. Can you open that for me?
I'll try and open the door.
You open the door. A number of creatures are within that look very similar to the song. But again, the same cranium cut with the brain exposed. They sort of turn and look at the door, and they kind of speak to each other in a language that, well, in Gith, they speak to each other in Gith. Zalace, do you understand Gith? No, you know. So they speak to each other and go, and they begin to move towards the door. What do you do?
I will shut the door very quickly.
The door shuts in their face. What do you do?
And that's the only door that's there?
On this side of the cargo hold, but the cargo hold has it expands further, deeper within.
Yeah, we'll go backwards.
All right, you guys begin to
try and hide. Yeah.
Yeah, you go backwards. You're already well stealthed. As long as you don't break the line of, as long as you don't establish line of sight, you're good. The door does open again, and two of these. Two of these guys are gonna enter into the cargo hold wielding fairly basic swords, but swords nonetheless, and they're kind of roaming around suspicious. They've got the little yellow eye on top of their head. They're hunting for They're suspicious, and they're looking around. But you guys move to the back of the cargo hold, and as you get to here, you're going to see a couple of things. The first of which you see is many smaller boxes. You don't really recognize that from the cargo hold of the New Dawn. You see a heavily battered Weaver, Ed's Weaver, heavily damaged.
So many things going through my head because I know what I want to do now.
But you don't see any further doors, and these guys are they're definitely pairing off, and they're making their way through the space like this, kind of like trying to check both sides at the same time. But you guys have sort of hidden yourselves here when you do.
Okay, as a quick glance, is there any other doors at the back of the chambers that we could use?
Not as far as you can tell.
Boxes.
No, just boxes and more cargo, and he busted up Weaver, as far as you can tell.
All right. On memory, is that there's only enough space for one person to hide in the Weaver itself, isn't it?
Sure. If they look in the cockpit, you're kind of pooched, but yeah.
Let's do that. I'll try and hide like on the other side of the Weaver. You know.
Okay, you jump on the other side of the Weaver.
Wiggle myself in like whatever little nook I can find over there.
Got it. Like amongst the boxes in the back of the Weaver, you sort of nestle yourself in. Zalace, you're jumping in the cockpit?
No. I thought the cockpit. That's what it was a question. From memory, it's only one. It's like a one-seat cockpit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a small personal fighter. It's not it doesn't have a lot of nooks and crannies.
I will, if I can get underneath somewhere and try and find somewhere to hang on to and pull myself up and wedge myself in there. So
yeah, and it's pretty busted up. Like there's dents and parts of the hole been pulled off. You get the sense that they like looked at it and they're like very casually like, oh, let's see if there's anything cool to salvage, and they started tearing it apart. And then they realized maybe the upgrades that Ed did to it, and they're like, oh, let's just take the whole thing, whatever's left of it. So that's kind of the situation here. So you dive under and sort of underneath the sort of nose of the ship. And the two Gith thralls are going to move forward and look around. They look around. Yes. And they look around a little bit. They poke here and there. They look around some boxes. They look in the cockpit of the Weaver. But then they decide to turn around and give up their search. Well, now what the hell are we going to do?
Again, we hear whether or not they open that door.
Yep. It opens and then recloses as they re-enter.
All right, we know where the Weaver is. I guess now we look upstairs.
So is there any other way apart from the platform? Is there any other way of going up?
You guys could use your, mind powers to reascend back to the hole you came down through, or you could go through the door towards where the Gith that came from. Those seem to be the only two entrances and exits to the cargo hold.
I'd say mind powers. Mind powers.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't want to go fighting against 3 Gith. I don't think we're set up for that.
All right, so you guys are going to head back up to that sort of battle deck where there was the 4 guys?
Yeah. Carefully.
Slowly.
You're still in stealth. Your stealth's still established, and you guys are doing pretty good. I will say that you think you're running a little low on time, Chaplin, but you should be good for this next room.
Okay.
But you guys sort of ascend just to just sort of the bottom here, and you look up and you see they're just kind of I'm gonna see you if they're all
Chaplin. Can you do that again? What you did before?
What part is that? Oh, the yeah.
As in get us to move forward?
Yeah, so this time maybe a flash of light out kind of like out through the membrane so that it flashes, but not like so that they can see the source of it, right? Kind of off to the side a little bit.
Just a little.
Yeah.
And they sort of turn around and look, and they look at the machine. They're curious. It goes, says, Zerai, come. There's strange with the machine. And the third thrall sort of enters from down the hallway, and they start looking over the machine, suspecting that perhaps the weapon itself has made the light, and they seem well distracted in this moment. No sign of the mind.
All right.
Hallway? Chaplin? Hallway?
Yeah, should we go through the closed door there?
I would say
Right.
the hallway that we can see. We can do the door. I'm okay.
Oh
Okay,
yeah, you're right.
do
The hallway might be less of a
Yeah.
might make less noise. Let's do the hallway.
Yeah.
All right, you guys make your way down the hallway. Ultimate stealth mission in play. You make your way down the hallway. You see a door on your left, and the hallway continues to hang right. So you kind of get to this little section. Oh god, not supposed to show you that. You guys kind of see a number of doors and stairways that lead down. What would you like to do?
Can I just make a general perception check to see whether what I can hear within the area? As in,
Absolutely.
can I hear anybody talking or anything like that?
Yeah, make me a perception check.
Oh, like it. 21.
21. 21? You rolled 21?
A 19 on the dice plus 2 on
Very nice. Sorry. Hang on, dog's listening and shit. You were like, so I thought it was going to be bad, and you're like, 21. I'm gonna go deal with that. Why don't we take a break why don't we take a break as we are continuing this adventure. We'll be back very soon to see how successful our infiltration goes. All right. How we doing? Just
Sorry
wait
if
for
I'm
Mr.
still
Void.
eating if I'm called upon.
No worries, no worries. Please slow
I
down.
am here. Don't worry.
Ah, he is here. Never mind. We shall begin once more and complete this infiltration. So, yes. So Zalace, you listen at the doors. You hear the sounds of snoring from multiple individuals coming from these two doors on the corner, and I can't peek without you guys peeking. No, you hear nothing from this door over here. I remember what this door is. So nothing on that one on the left wall, but these two corner doors, you definitely hear individuals inside the doors, multiple in either door. Yeah.
And then it's just the stairs down, yeah? Next to us on,
Stairs down.
on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bit repetitive, but I'm going to try and see if I can make a stronger bond with Bisan while I'm on this floor, just to see if I can see whether she's actually on this floor. Or
and just to be clear, Chaplin, you're a part of this telepathic connection, so you can hear Zalace's communication with the song.
Yeah.
This is a three-way link, so this is a three-way conversation. But yes, Zalace, you continue to try and speak to Bisan, and for you, Bisan, it's very much like a little bit like Professor X on the astral plane, and Jean Grey's trying to get through to him. It's a little like that. You're in your subconscious state, and maybe you can just kind of hear in the background, maybe half ignore the voice of Zalace trying to get through to you.
Can I allow him to travel with me?
Well, why don't you private message me on Zoom or something what it is you're doing, so that I have context as to what's going on, and we'll go from there. But in the meantime, Chaplin, you continue when you have a spare moment. You continue to keep trying to communicate to Bisan, and we'll check in with Bisan once we see what's going on. But in the meantime, where would you like to go? Downstairs?
yeah, so I'll let Chaplin know that there's just snoring multiple people within both doors to us. So I don't think it's going to be any of our people.
No,
So,
I
yeah.
doubt any of our people would be snoring just yet.
No. So we'll make our way gingerly down the stairs, keeping an eye out for any movement.
I'm definitely digging the Chaplin Zalace connection, just like through the spaceship.
Right? Isn't it
I'm
super
loving
fun?
it. And you guys have the like on the wall with the spotlight, like you're breaking from jail. I need to see that. Living for it. All right, you guys make your way down the winding staircase until you guys get to. I don't want to show you things. About here, where you see standing in the middle of the room, you see one of these sort of scalped thralls standing around. You would have recognized these were one of the people that were escorting Ed back downstairs, but it wasn't like a combatant, it was more like a crew hand. But doesn't notice you right now, but you see a number of doors, and yeah, you come down the stairs and see this individual just sort of standing there.
Okay, I have an idea.
Yes, epoxy, hang on a second. Go ahead. You
I did say I was actively waiting to hear someone pass by. Do you think I could do a check on that?
You know what? Yeah, let's go to that for a second. So Lace and Chaplin, as you're making your way down the winding stairs, we'll come back to you in a second. Okay, let me check something. Do I have a message from you there, Bisan? I want to give you your due diligence. thank you. So give me a second.
It's esoteric Jedi shit.
Got it. Mmm. Okay, I'm gonna definitely say you're a little stuck in this right now. You're definitely. Does this need to be private for you, or are we allowed to sort of address this at the table?
That is absolutely open to be addressed at the table. In fact, she's open to Zalace riding the wave and watching.
Got it.
I will say this is her test.
Understood. So I'm gonna say. Okay, this is very interesting. Give me a second. Let me let the idea juices flow for a second here, and we'll come back to you, Bisan. But I like where this is going. So while Zalace and Chaplin are coming down the stairs, yes, we'll come back to Ed. Ed, you're being dragged down the stairs. Apoxy, make me a perception check as you do hear some people coming by your cell.
All right, just
This will be a straight roll because you're using hearing, not sight.
I got a nat 1.
You are too busy. You're like, hey there, little guy, to like the lunar dragon that's like,
come on, dragon, help me focus. I don't know what to do. This torture. Get us out.
And the dragon's just talking to you in a tongue you don't understand. You're just like, you're trying to make friends with the dragon. The dragon's a little tense. Varsh, are you up to anything, or are you waiting?
I am waiting, as was suggested by my helpful patron.
Very good, very good. So you're just waiting patiently. You just got your back against the wall, album cover. You're just waiting. You're trusting in the moment.
Just staring at the door like any second now.
Everyone's got a real Jedi thing going on here. Varsh is gonna be like, I knew you would come. And then Bisan's gonna be like, I knew you would come. And then Apox is gonna be like, I hoped you would come.
Please, someone just come.
And Ed's like, ah! But anyway, Ed, yeah, you're tossed back into your cell at that point. And the door closes up behind you again. So in this moment, we will return to, we're gonna return to you for a second here, Bisan, as you are having this moment, and I gotta go check some stuff. I gotta go check some stuff surrounding your cool situation here. What you're experiencing in this moment, as you have your closed eyes, you have let go of your five senses. You've let go of sight and hearing and taste, smell, touch. But touch would be the closest thing to possibly give you a metaphor for what you're experiencing, as you sort of let go of the conscious world and of your surroundings and went deep within yourself to try and seek out sanctuary, and you succeed. You do find the sanctuary, and as you begin to sort of buzz in connection within yourself, I want you to make another intelligence-based insight check to try and gather awareness of the power within yourself.
That is an 18.
That is an 18. That is very good. That is very good. Oh man. Okay, here we go. Cool. You are gathering this sense of self. You feel that wellspring within yourself, and in your sort of internal sanctuary, you connect with your own mental psionics, the mental powers that are unlocking for you, and you realize, though you have those connections, it's nothing without the Astral Sea, and though you sort of let go of the physical world to go into your internal psionics, and through those internal psionics, they allow you to interact with the world in a way unseen, and thus you begin to spread your awareness back out into the world. I want you to tell me, is Bisan more connected with the telepathic powers of psionics or the telekinetic, would you say? The ability to move things in space or the ability to mentally connect with creatures? Which do you think Bisan is currently most connected with?
The telepathic.
The telepathic. You start to feel. In this moment, you feel a powerful. You start to feel those little connections. As I was explaining to Zalace a while ago, how he was beginning to feel this awareness of almost these tethers between every living being, psionic or not. You begin to feel, for a brief moment, every life form aboard this ship. Just their mental psionic potential. And through that, you are beginning to become capable of sort of feeling things around, and then you look onto Chaplin and Zalace coming down the stairs, and that's when you become aware of Zalace most prominently saying, coming down, we're gonna get to you, it's gonna be okay, you can hear me, respond, and you sort of are able to, almost in a sonar kind of way, be aware of everything that's going on outside of your cell, and also the minds of your friends in the other portions of the cell. You can't connect with them, but you're on the cusp of greater power. But in this moment, we will return to Chaplin and Zalace. So, do with that what you will, Bisan. You are a part of the connection I previously described. But Chaplin and Zalace, stealthy as can be, you come down the stairs and you see this single sort of patrolling thrall who is unaware of you at this time. What would you like to do?
All right, go ahead and get behind him.
Okay, so I would like to stealth down the stairs and get as close to this guy within melee range as I can.
You get in pickpocketing distance.
And then I'll just mindfully shout to Chaplin. You're up.
All right. So Chaplin is going to come quietly down the stairs, but try not to be startling and make himself visible. And when the guy turns to me, I would like to cast Charm Person. Want to hear a joke?
Okay.
So on that, sorry, I should have said I'm going to hold an action to stab him.
Okay, you're holding an action stealth.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will say, because you rolled like a 30 something on your stealth, as this guy swings around to Chaplin and says, want to hear a joke? You, just in tandem, swing around behind him to keep out of his line of sight, and you have your dagger prepped, just in case it doesn't go well. So, wisdom saving throw, Chaplin?
Yeah, saves 14.
Fox. He just fails with a 13.
Yes. Good, because that's not
he goes, yes, I'd like to hear a joke.
All right. How do you organize a party in space?
I don't know.
You plan it. And then I would say, since we're friends now, how would you like to help me out? Okay.
I'll say there's something interesting about, now that you guys have a closer view of this individual, I want to say something about this individual. Despite the sort of scalped appearance, this is an Earth Genocide.
Oh, interesting.
There's certain, yeah, it looks like an Earth Genocide. Anyway, he goes,
Does he remind me of looking like Ed? Because he would be the only person.
He looks about as familiar to Ed as any person you've ever seen. He's an Earth Genocide, has similar sort of earthy skin, sort of coating over his body. He's missing a hand. Looks freshly cut, in fact, but yeah. He's like, to you, Chaplin.
All right. could you help us? We're gonna try and get our friends out of these cells here.
Okay. In this moment, Bisan, you sort of like you see so while you're having all of these connections and you're feeling consciousness through the Astral Sea, you also feel the actual consciousness of the ship. It isn't, I say consciousness, it's not a conscious being, it's not alive, but it is organic. And there are parts of it that can be accessed psionically. And you feel suddenly, through the mind of this charmed thrall outside, you sort of ping them and then feel the connections from that head out to the other doors. And you basically find the psionic key to all of the doors of all the cells.
Yeah.
I will open
As
all of
Chaplin,
them.
as Chaplin finds that sort of, he's like, starts to talk to him and he starts to access that neural part of his brain. You walk onto that Bisan, you sort of make a surge of psionic power that sort of splays out in every direction. I want you to make a con save, Bisan. You are pushing yourself beyond your limits.
I would like to use my inspiration because that 4 is not going to cut it.
Go for it.
I will take that 19. It was an intelligence save, you said?
I think that would make, I said a con save, but I think that would make more sense, yeah.
Well, no.
Also,
If it was a con save, that's even better. If it's a con save, then that's a 19 plus 5. That's a 24.
24. Okay, well, I said con save. We'll stick with the con save, but I think that was an intelligence save for the future. But that was my call.
Then
So
it would have
we'll
been a
stick with
dirty
the con save.
20.
You're gonna be fine either way. It'll be cool either way. So you feel this, like, as you do this, you feel this horrible, like, migraine sort of hit you in your brain that pulls you out of your sort of enlightened moment stasis and sort of back into your consciousness as the intense pain is too much for you to ignore in your meditation, and you're sort of thrown back into your senses and you kind of, oh fuck. But your body is strong and you are able to push past that sort of migraine feeling that dissipates after a couple of seconds. And in that moment, you, Zalace and Chaplin, would witness on his face, you're like, can you help us open the door? He goes, and then very much like something is like grabbing him by the brain and like pulling a key out of it and then doing stuff, like clearly not by his volition. And in fact, he drops to the floor after this is done, just like knocked out from the sort of violent telepathic connection. All the doors swing open. And everyone is free in this moment.
Hi there, we found you, and we know where all your stuff is, and we know where the Weaver is.
There's like
Chaplin? Sorry, go ahead.
there's like a flicker of kind of irritation on Varsh's face, but also like he's glad. Like you see like a smile of like seeing his friends again. And he's also like, damn it.
Yeah, she's right.
Lord it over you for ages. Remember that time?
And then it's the Ethyrith and they run over and
Yeah, Ethyrith comes over to you and sort of does the almost like cat, like sort of against you and sort of is affectionate towards you.
I give him a hug.
Varsh, you need to trade that dragon.
What do you mean?
It was no help in there.
Good. He needed to stay put.
So I will say, Epoxy, you are down 1 rage as a reminder because you did.
Yeah, I marked it down.
Good, cool.
I have a couple of spare weapons on me, so I'm going to pull out. I've got a short sword and what else have I got? I've got a couple of daggers that I'm able to just offer out to anybody that wants them, seeing as we haven't got any weapons at the moment, just in case we need them.
I will.
Oh shoot.
Ed's gonna beeline for his dad, getting down to like a knee and like almost as soon as he gets there, just like look at everyone kind of like protectively and even like almost kind of like cornered.
Yeah, you see Ed's eyes are a little crazed and you're feeling that paranoia, Ed. You don't trust the moment. But But yeah, you guys see Ed sort of race for this unconscious thrall.
I take the offered short sword. I'm
Right.
not as dexterous as Bisan.
Well, all I've got is a short sword and 2 other daggers. I'll
I have
keep
a question
my.
for the party really quick. Are we
Yeah.
being stealthy in this moment, or are you guys all like, hey, how's it going? What's up? Hey.
I think we'd
I mean,
still be stealthy.
I don't know that we're speaking at full voice.
Okay, why don't we have the
Epoxy
group roll
speaking
stealth
in a full
checks? You
voice.
roll boxes. So
Someone's
maybe
gotta
not.
stop me.
But you luckily have. Well, Chaplin, do you want to recharge your pass without a trace? It's
I was
going out.
just going to ask about whether I've still got my blessing of the trickster and
Yeah.
stuff like
Blessing of the Trickster, I'd say, is still standing. That's an hour-long situation. Maybe
Um,
we're getting close to the end on that, but it's still going for now.
that. Okay.
Yeah, pass without trace. Oh, there's no limit on the number of creatures. It's just each creature I choose within 30 feet. All
That's
right.
Oh my
Let's
gosh.
let's pop it up again on everybody this time.
So it goes down for a second, and Apoxy hits sort of a height, and you're like, oh shit, and then you span out the power of your trickster god, and the darkness sort of shrouds you, and the noise is muffled, as it seems almost the ship itself seems to turn to your advantage. So Zalace and Chaplin are going to say you're good. You can stand on your current checks or your past checks if you wish to. But anybody else who is like, trying to be at least quiet or stealthy, please make me stealth checks.
Sure.
I rolled a 34 in total, so
You're fine. Great.
I'm
What
also
does-
gonna do a. Can I do a medicine check on my dad?
Sure.
What's pass without trace add on again?
plus 10.
Plus 10.
27 for Varsh. I'll roll Ethyrith as well.
Good. Yep, we'll let this.
Nine
My
plus- Good.
my
22.
stealth is a 6 plus 8. Plus 2 equals 8.
8, so
10.
18. Nice.
Can I blessing of the trickster, somebody who looks like they're being least stealthy.
Sure.
Maybe a
It'll
robot.
drop off of Zalace.
Okay.
And the medicine check was an 18 plus 1.
18 plus 1. We'll come to that in a second. I want to get stealth checks done.
Ethyrith also got 27.
Excellent. So it doesn't sound like Apoxy or Bisan are being particularly stealthy.
Oh, sorry.
Right?
I said 22.
22, excellent. Bisan, did you want?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you roll a stealth check?
I didn't realize that was applicable to me also. However, that is it's a 14 on the dice. Plus 5, so a 19.
Plus 10.
9.
Plus 10 is 29. So
29.
I will apply blessing of the trickster to Ed then.
Ed, you can re-roll. You take the higher of the two.
Yeah.
Yep. So just re-roll and no lower. Okay, cool. So you guys, with the blessing, with the pass without a trace and the blessing of the trickster, Chaplin makes the party very stealthy in this moment. Now, medicine check. What'd you get?
I got an 18 plus 1.
18 plus 1. He's unconscious. He's just unconscious though. He hasn't actually taken any psychic damage per se. He just sort of was hit with, he was just sort of incapacitated, not there.
Would I be
You're not
able to tell? Oh, go for it.
You're not sure as to why, other than he seems to be in perfect health. But he actually, I'll take that back because that's not really how this works. So he looks to, by medicine standards, he looks to be in perfect health, but he is unconscious. As for his exposed cranium, you don't know what's going on there. By all medical, he should be dead if his brain is just exposed like that. But you do notice that there is sort of strange formations across the brain, and the fact that he didn't recognize you definitely indicates that something has been done to his mind. There's some kind of surgery, augmentation. You don't know what's going on, but his mind has been played with. It has been. It is. All you know that it's not a good situation for him, and he is unconscious at this time. I will allow you, as part of this medicine check, to make a nature check, however, to see if you can understand something else.
Oh, it's an 18 again, but this time +4.
What you understand in this moment is, as you're trying to medically assess him, what is inside of his skull right now is not his brain. What is inside of his skull right now is a creature known as an intellect devourer. So this body in front of you is your father. However, your father is dead.
Okay.
His mind has been probably devoured by a mind flare once its usefulness was spent, and has been replaced by what is essentially a pet of the mind flares. What is basically a small, tiny creature that replaced the brain and is now puppeting the body of your father. Your father is gone. Your father has no intellect anymore. His corpse is a puppet for this creature that sort of robs inside of his skull.
I'm just gonna like close his eyes and look towards Zalace and towards Chaplin. So you saw the Weaver?
Yes, I did see the Weaver. We know exactly where it is, and it's not far from all of the rest of our things.
Can I take a perception check?
Sure.
But I'm just trying to play up the paranoia here. So it's like,
Oh, absolutely, play it up.
and that's a 5.
This is a wisdom check, so I believe you have disadvantage per your parent.
So that's 5 + 1, 6.
Sorry.
6. The problem with the paranoia is that you're too cautious. You know what I mean? Like you think it could come from anywhere, and you forget to look for the obvious places.
Not fast.
There's danger around every corner. That's all you know.
Okay. All right. So I all right. So by that roll, I could take Chaplin at his word. Or like, because I'm trying.
You're trying to see if you trust Chaplin.
I'm trying to see if I even trust anybody here.
Maybe an insight check then. Maybe an insight check, and again, make that a disadvantage because of the
That's gonna be a 2 + 1. 3.
3? I mean, you were betrayed by the Spelljammer, like who was second in command of the ship and Lunarbow's most trusted ally. Who's to say anyone in this room isn't also a traitor? This could all just be some elaborate setup to make you divulge the secrets of your father. You could be experiencing a psionic hallucination right now. You don't know. So no, you don't trust anyone in this room. How can you?
Gonna withhold that.
So while Ed's trying to decipher on what he's doing, I'm gonna find Bisan and I'll hand her the holy symbol that I took off Lunabelle.
All right. You also see Bisan has a bit of blood running out of her nostril, and she's sort of she's dead on, but you see that she's like, I don't know, she's looking a little rough.
But I'll just say to her through the sonic whispers, I'll just say, I found this. I know you wanted to be close and work close and looked up to. So this is his. Take it. Remember. And then I'll offer my hand out. And
What did you hand her?
so the holy symbol are from Lunabo. So his holy symbol that he had that I picked up off his body on the ship. I'll hand that to you and just say, this was Lunabo's. Seems most fitting that you have it.
She puts it around her neck, but there's still, like, she's there, and she's not there, or she's everywhere.
She like takes it. It's just like looking a little like out of it.
I'll guide her out of the cell, that if she's in the cell or whether she's come out. And we'll huddle up with a group and I'll explain to them and I'll just say.
What she will do is simply put her hand on your shoulder as though she needs a guide.
It might have to be my head because I think my shoulder might be a bit too low down. So
palm his head, start bouncing him.
Little halfling head.
What's happening?
Actually, the head almost makes sense considering what all she's in the middle of.
Yeah.
I'll gather the group up and I'll quietly explain to them the direction that we're going and what we've seen on the way down. So at the top of the stairs, there's a couple of rooms with some people in that we don't know, and just make them aware of the dangers as we're going through, and to be as quiet as possible. And then I'll take the lead.
Yes, Void. Or Void Light. Mr. Void Light, whatever.
Above the table, how much health do we have?
Whatever you ended it off with.
Cool.
Okay, so if that's the case, then we all have like 1 hit point.
Yeah, you're not doing.
Not
this
all of
party
us.
is not all of you, but you're not. No, you're right. None of you are doing that well.
Would that not constitute as at least a short rest of being in the cell?
Well,
I mean, possibly for
Bisan was on a
Bisan.
spirit journey. Apoxy was doing war with a door.
Ed was eating himself.
Ed was trying to eat his cell. Was a little busy with his own thing.
I don't
I think
think
the
that
only
counts as
one
a
right
rest.
here who would actually be legible for a short rest, I would say, is you, Varsh.
I'm taking it.
Oh
Go
my
for it.
goodness.
But the rest of you were all busy in your own, doing your own things. You weren't performing sort of like light healing activity. You guys were all fairly intensely involved in your own situations.
If we want to take 10 minutes, I can do a group heal real quick, and then I'm out of level 2 slots.
Do you want to take 10 minutes in an unknown alien prison?
Everybody get back to their cells.
I think
Let's not
it-
make it suspicious.
Okay, so in my thinking, if Chaplin says that and thinks that in his head, and I get it, would I be able to, as Bisan did and opened the doors? I know she didn't do that in my head, but would I have the inkling of that? I would be able to open or close a door and keep it closed while we do that 10 minutes. With being able to open and close doors anyway.
Make me. I honestly don't know how you figure that out, other than closing the door. So you go up to one of the doors and you try and like mentally try and will it to close once more. It does not. You get the sense that these doors are a little more specifically secured than just the sort of regular doors.
Okay.
Yeah, so you get the sense that if you were to relock your friends inside, there's no guarantee that they would be able to get out.
Okay.
Can Bisan do it?
In your current state? No, probably not. You're
Okay.
you're barely conscious, right? You're using Zalace as a walking stick. That was probably the extent of your psionic ability for the moment.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe we get down to if we can all stay quiet and get down to the hangar, we can maybe do 10 minutes in there.
Yep, we can do that.
I will throw out there for Chaplin's Lace, I just kept forgetting to put it out there. Every time you went past that cannon thing on that one floor above the cargo hold, you guys are in cruise speed. Like you're moving pretty quick now. So that is to say, if you guys were to like jump ship, if you guys were to find an opening and jump ship, and like, you'd be kind of scattered to the Astral Sea a little bit. Not scattered, but if you guys jumped ship, like it would be wicked hard to find. They would just go on, and you just, you'd pretty much be in the clear. So you just need to get off the ship, really. You need a window. That's what you need.
Right.
Weaver would be helpful, but I can only move so many people and so fast.
That's kind of what I was figuring, is that if we could get everybody off the ship, we might be all right.
Are we taking the 10-minute short rest here?
No.
I think that is preferable.
I guess the question is, do we want to risk the 10 minutes, or do we want to risk just going and seeing what happens?
I think we're in a cell block. They're going to come and check, is my thinking. We're not going to have 10 minutes, I don't think. I think
Alright, I'll be the first to walk out.
Varsh, sorry. I was going to say Varsh can
go in and get to the hold, and then try it there, because it's a bit more secure, I think.
Varsh can look to Chaplin.
Away, it sounds like.
And just kind of say, are you confident in your ability to maintain our kind of like gestures around state of...
Oh, yes. Zalace and I used it the entire way here. It was wonderful.
It was
Then
really good. It worked. We can do
my
it.
opinion would be to jump ship as soon as possible.
Okay. But we can get you your gear back. We can get everybody's equipment back. It's down there.
While they're talking right now, Ed's just gonna book it up in the opening that they came from.
God, so Apoxy's left while you guys are talking. I was like, we should go. Yeah, we should go. We should go. We should go. We should go. Okay, we should go. And then Apoxy's like, fuck it, and leaves, and then Ed goes charging after Apoxy. Does anyone wish to follow?
Yeah,
Oh, shit. Varsh Apollo belongs to be
kinda
replaced,
joined me,
lives
Ed.
cannot.
Where are you going?
All right, so the party starts following. You start officially leaving the cell block. And I have to say, you guys are really lucky, because I was rolling for every minute that passed to see if someone came into that block. You guys you're very lucky that I put it that way.
Oh, Ed's running from the party.
Oh, where are you running to?
How big is the...
He's just kind of like he's got an opening. He's looking to just get off the ship as whatever means.
Okay, so Apoxy went up the stairs first. You go charging past the rest of the party, but Apoxy sort of making their way up the stairs. Apox, you see Ed like rushing you, basically trying to get past you. Do you allow him by?
Ed, what are you doing?
It's not really a conversation. Do you let him by, or?
No.
He's gonna try like just going.
I will
Alright.
physically stop him.
Ed, you go try and charge, and Apoxy, being an imposing metallic figure, you sort of start rustling in the doorway a little bit, frankly, because you can't.
Okay.
And make me an athletics check to try to shove Apoxy down to get past. And Apoxy may make an athletics check if you wish to keep Ed in the space.
Dirty 20.
Nice. I got a 4
Oh,
plus
my.
1.
Right, so you're like, and you see
I
Apoxy
grab him
turns
by
around
the
and goes,
scruff of his neck.
Ed, no, and you kind of just
Ed.
keep going, and then Apoxy just like stands their ground. You're like, and just kind of bounce off of Apoxy's chassis, and then the whole party starts following along, and you get a little cornered in the stairwell.
I said I'll take the lead.
So,
Alright, where are we going?
So let's get a marching order so we can get the fuck out of here. So we got Apoxy in the front, Ed thereafter. Who's next?
right. I'll push myself to the front, because obviously nobody knows where they're going apart from me and Chaplin.
Got it. And you are
yeah.
a halfling, so you can move through spaces without issue. So Apoxy, while you're wrestling Ed, Slice just like walks between both of your legs, just like no problem. You guys are like, ah, fuck, what the fuck?
Oh my god, alright!
Who's next after Ed?
Besides, Kane's in front of her, so she should probably be with her Kane.
Well, okay, I will pass her off to Varsh.
All right.
Yeah.
Varsh, you've been assigned as the Bisan walking stick. Congratulations.
Or Chaplin. One or the other.
Well, for me, because I'm at the very least taller than Chaplin.
Poor
Got it.
thing.
So we'll do
He's
Bisan.
dissociating.
We'll put Ethyrith. Do you want Ethyrith behind Bisan or in front of you, Varsh?
Behind Bisan, I think.
Okay, and then Chaplin, you'll take up the rear.
Yep.
Which I don't think actually works because you need to be. Everyone needs to be within 30 feet of.
Oh.
Just barely. You're all just barely within range of the pass of the trace. But anyway, I'll move your whole party when it becomes relevant to do so. For the time being, you guys all begin to make your way up the winding stairs. Apoxy and Ed are doing the
Stop.
in the hallway.
I'll just turn around to them and say, you need to be quiet. There's guards here.
I'm trying.
And I'll say to Apoxy, if he starts making too much noise, knock him out.
I'll do what I can.
All right, let's start placing you guys up here. Come on now.
We're going down the hatch. We're going down the hatch.
Sorry, we're just migrating, buffering the stairs, buffering the stairs. Varsh, Bisan, Ethyrith, and come here, you, Chaplin. All right, make your way up the stairs. Zalace, you find your way at the top of the stairwell where you come to that sort of intersection. Where there were the people inside the doors, and you know that there is like the cannon down the hall. What would you like to do? You just keep going down that hallway?
Yeah, we'll just retrace on the steps back to there, and just I'm going to point out to tell them to pass it on down the line. Those two rooms full of people.
Understood. You guys make your way around the corner, following the leader. And you get to about here where Zalace, you do see what lies ahead. You do see you see these three dudes sort of just hanging out around here near the cargo hold hatch. And there is like the open way. Like you guys could rush that and jump out the side if you want, but you know your gear, the party's gear, is down the hole. So, what happens now?
So, do I see the mind flare on deck?
You do not see the mind flare on deck.
Okay. I think what we need to do is... would I be able to speak to Chaplin at this distance? Because we're what?
Yeah, you got the mental connection.
I forgot. So I forgot about that. Bloody hell. I'll say to Chaplin through the waves, the whispers, I need you to make a little distraction up front again.
Like a big distraction?
As big as you can to get these three guys away so we can all get down.
Oh, I'll try the thaumaturgy thing again.
Okay. Try the thaumaturgy thing again. I want you to make me a proper deception check this time, as they're starting to. This is the third time this is happening, so we'll see how they're buying it.
That's fair. Oh no, that's a 9 total.
Probably ain't gonna do the job, I'm afraid. Probably ain't gonna do the job. There's another, and they all kind of like take out their maces and they start like scanning the area. It did not seem to work. They did not seem to buy it.
Okay, so I'll say to Chaplin, I think it's time for something else. Maybe a bit more distracting.
All right.
Some friends.
Go, gadget goats.
You eat all three of your animals?
Yeah, I'm going to roll them out in front of the group.
All right, go for it.
They come out as little furry balls, and I think I can put them like 30 feet ahead. So right in front of the group.
Oh, it?
In front of us?
Oh, I'm sorry, 20.
You'd have to move to the front of the party, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll say you. Let's see here.
I'll move up 2 spaces.
Can I activate my?
You can put him before Zalace. You'll have to put him just before Zalace, but you can sort of throw him around the corner.
All right, I like it.
I feel like drawing
Gonna
attention
be-
to that spot is the best.
We got a 2, a 3, and a 4. So that's going to be an owl, a mastiff, and a goat.
A giant goat or just a goat?
Just a goat.
It's just a little goat. All right, let me go acquire you some barnyard creatures. Owl, and what was the other one?
A mastiff.
Dog.
Can I say real quick?
Sure.
That when he failed the thaumaturgy, could I have activated my tattoo?
I think it's a little late for that one. That
Okay,
happened a
okay.
little while ago, I'm afraid to say. So in this moment, and they all start
Goodness.
sort of fluttering into. Oh god, that's epoxy. That's the wrong kind of beast.
Wait.
They start flying in. The dog goes over to this one and starts like, hey, starts like biting his boot. He's like, what the fuck? In sort of a robotic. The goat sort of runs in, just like headbutts this guy in the chest. He's like, and like falls down. Your creatures start making a ruckus. As I assume like one each is kind of the deal here.
Yeah.
Okay, you like. I mean,
Down
the
the
jig's
hatch,
kind of
right?
up. You bum rush the room. What's the deal here?
Yeah,
Down
so
the
I'll
hatch?
just step aside, then I'll just point everybody down to the hold. Apart from epoxy, where I think what I'll say to her is hang back in case any of these guys get through, and then we can attack.
I'll ready myself. Get going.
Right. So Zalace and Apoxy, it sounds like, are going to kind of cover the exit as the beasts are distracting, and the rest of you are going to like dive into the hole.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't need to
Fantastic.
dive into the hole. I can stay up here.
All right. So you three dive
no, I
into the
guess-
hole.
I'm sorry. I guess I do have to show everybody where everything is. I'll go down.
All right. And Chaplin dives into the hole. They're like, ah, shit, what the fuck? And they all are kind of consumed by this. You guys are here. Are you engaging, or are you just watching the chaos?
No, I'm just making sure, and if the animals are doing their
Are we
job
still hidden?
and keeping them entertained as such, then I'll make, as soon as everybody else is, then I'll make a break for the hole, and I'll tell Epoxy to come with as well.
So to be clear, this is like barnyard chaos. This isn't like they're distracting and you guys are sneaking down into the hole. Like a dog, a goat, and an owl just flew in from the thing, and then the rest of the party just goes charging across the room and dives into the hole of the cargo bay. Like these three dudes are fully aware of your party at this point.
Okay, I figured.
Like you guys ran out into like blatant open space. They're still hampered by the animals, but they're aware what's going on. There is some kind of prison break going on. Period. At this point. So you guys will jump into the hole. Actually, you know what? At this point, I think we're gonna go into a little initiative here, so I can
All right.
start tracking how fast things are happening. Because this is madness. And I will. I think we're just gonna do a bit of a group initiative. I think we're just gonna do it like that. So I'm gonna say, since it's your, I'll say Zalace, since you're kind of leading the party, actually. Why don't you make the initiative check?
14.
Okay, 14.
Perfect.
I gotta just go ahead and find a goat and a fucking shepherd. So give me a second here. Man, this chaos. All right, let's see. Mastiff. Owl. And
Goat.
good.
Gotta go pick the cherries. One at a time.
Alrighty, here we go. Damn, the dog rolls pretty good. The owl rolls pretty good. The goat rolls not as good. You got a 14, Zalace?
Yeah.
Nice. Dog. And the bad guys roll. Oh, fuck. Okay, there we go. Also 14. You definitely have more dexterity. So the initiative is as follows. So dog, owl, and then goat off the bottom. So you guys would have got a surprise round, which I'm going to consider to be the throwing of the animals doing the initial engagement, and the party jumping into the hole. And that is sort of the surprise round. So you guys get past them without issue, and that's the initial surprise round. As I assume they're damaging, I'll give them some stuff here. Dog would have damaged this guy for 7. Knocked him off his feet too, so he's on top of him, just biting him. Owl. Fantastic, definitely. Oh no, absolutely hits. Buddy boy, he's gonna take a whole 1 point of damage. Go, inconvenient. And then goat boy over here, or he's getting goated. Anyway, he's going to get that'll hit for 3 plus 1 is 4 damage since the goat charged him down. And since it was a charge, let's make a strength saving throw, which he succeeds and doesn't get knocked over. Anyway, okay, so top of initiative. The dog will take another turn and just try and basically kill this guy. That's going to be enough, I think. Yep, against his armor class, that'll definitely do the job. For 3 damage. Owl. Woo. Woo. Misses. And for the goat, hits, dealing another 5 points of damage to this guy. Okay, we find ourselves at the top of the order. Zalace. Chaos is in this little battle room here. You know, where there's chaos on one deck, there's chaos sure to follow. The rest of the party has made it into the hole, but it is you and Apoxy. Apoxy, you may take your turn as well. We're going to do a sort of like a side initiative. So what do you two want to do? You just want to watch the action, or you want to try and help the beasts?
No. Well, I'm going to throw the psychic blade at let's say the one fighting the goat.
All right.
Can I class the goat as an ally?
Yes, you can. So you will you're in stealth, so you're holding stealth, so you will have advantage on this attack. So go ahead, roll an advantage attack roll with your cyanide.
25.
That will certainly hit. Go ahead and roll cyanide damage plus your sneak attack. So 1d6 plus 3 plus this level, I believe, is two additional d6.
Fine. Points of damage all in.
22 damage. That's really good. Crazy damage on this guy, and he sort of grapples at his head. You see the exposed brain starts to almost like leak a purple ooze off of it. Is there anything else you'd like to do? That guy's really, really good.
Do I still have a bonus? Yeah.
You do have a bonus action, but you've broken stealth at this point.
Oh, as a bonus, I am still hidden.
Sorry?
I'd like to bonus action hide behind Apoxy.
Certainly, go ahead and roll me a stealth check. You will not be getting a +10 on this, as Chaplin has gone to cargo.
It was a natural 18.
Can I count as cover?
For a halfling, sure.
23.
Okay.
23, you re-enter stealth Zalace fairly successfully. Well done. Apoxy, is there anything that you want to do?
Are the ones getting attacked by the dog and goat look like they're already about to die?
Nope.
Whoa.
Oh, the goat, yeah. The guy who's being attacked by the goat, he looks like he's barely standing. He's like twitching and bleeding out of his nose and his mouth. The actual exposed brain is just like fully perspirating with like a very sickly looking ooze.
Alright, I guess in that case, I will now activate the tattoos on my body.
Okay. The sort of these panels sort of like slide out from underneath your plating, exposing these runic markings that will sort of activate and sort of send wiring down your arms and activate the magnified power within your chassis.
And I'll attack the guy that's on the ground.
Is it an action to activate this?
Bonus action.
Bonus action, fantastic. All right, you do so. I think it's a 15-foot range, right? Now that you have activated. Okay, so then you lurch your hand out, and your hand sort of extends through like thick wirings and tubings across the battlefield. Go ahead and make your attacks.
Hold on.
Set advantage.
How does prone attacks work?
You get advantage on a melee attack you make within 5 feet.
Okay, yeah, I'll just walk up to him and just lash out at him.
All right, you move up 10 feet and you bring up your hand and try and unarmed strike him, I assume.
Yes.
Keep in mind, this is not claws. You are not raging. This is just unarmed strike.
No. These are like whips attacking this guy on the floor. Oh my goodness, I'm terrible. That'll be a 9. Well, more than a 19.
That'll hit. You're good.
And I believe with the tattoos, I do an additional 1d6 force damage.
Correct. Yeah.
All right.
So basically, your arms are flails right now. You like fold them up in the fists, and you're just like using them like flails.
Be 4 plus 9 force damage.
9 total force damage. You do an additional 9 force damage. Very good. Is there anything else?
That is all for now.
That is all for now. Meanwhile, down in the cargo hold, let's deal with that first. So you guys all land down here. Chaplin, you're aware of the area better than most. You get the sense you have limited time upstairs before reinforcements are called. What do you do? Muted.
That guy's not out.
Yep, I'm gonna point everybody to their tiny boxes.
All right.
Not all their stuff.
Fantastic. Everybody wants to run to grab their gear?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, you all run to your gear. The boxes within the larger box are all locked except for yours, Varsh. But regardless, it would take time to put on all the equipment anyway. You might want to just throw it under your arm and move on with your lives.
I mean, how long does it take to put on a studded leather armor, actually?
60 seconds.
Fair enough. In that case, I'll pick up my sword and then I'll shove the rest in Ethyrith's saddlebags in front.
Got it. You just grab your stuff. I'll say it's an action. You like grab your box, you put your sword in your hilt, and throw the saddlebags on Ethyrith, and you just like shove the bag in the saddlebag. We'll say Ethyrith. Ethyrith uses their action as well to help you sort of get stalked.
And Ethyrith can carry. He's got enough strength to do it.
Yeah.
Bisan will. Oh, sorry.
That'll be it.
That'll be it. You have movement. You and Ethyrith have movement left.
I'll move back to the platform, basically.
Your mental power. So what is your intelligence score?
Oh god, mine's just +1, it's 12.
12, so 12 times 5 is 60 feet. You've used 10 feet, so you can go 50 more feet of fly speed anyway. So you can just ascend if you wish.
Oh god, Ethyrith is Ethyrith is definitely slower in the Astral Sea. Wow.
Uh-huh.
He's so much slower.
Yep. Slows. Well, it has the normal fly speed, but
Okay, well then his normal fly speed is because his intelligence would make him slower in the Astral Sea.
yeah, he uses standard wing. He can use his wings to
Yeah.
fly.
So yeah, I'll fly back up.
So you two fly up. You using your mind, Epirith using, I believe, his wings. You fly up, so that's 40 feet of movement for both of you. Anything else?
My action's gone, so and my bonus actions not really work. I'll have to end my turn there.
All right. Meanwhile, downstairs, Bisan, you had stuff you wanted to do, I assume.
Yeah, so I figure in this moment she realizes obviously we're getting out of here, so while staying connected with everything else, she sort of brings her awareness back so that she can physically move and do things.
Right.
She wants to make sure that she has a sword in her hand. Right?
Where are you getting that sword from? Because your box is locked.
The box is completely locked. I can't, or then I'm just taking the box and
Yep. Throw the box under your arm and you move up with the power of your mind. What's your intelligence score?
my intelligence is 13, I think. Is it 13? Yes, it is 13. She might have tried to
So
grab
use 10
Ethyrith if she could have.
So you can use you would have been trained by the gift that you can use your mind in the Astral Sea to move, so you would know about that. So
Okay,
you
so-
have an additional 55 feet utilizing your mind powers. So you can sort of fly up here if you wish to, and do like a that action if you want.
And that is exactly what she's doing.
So you can go like 40 feet up to here, and then another 15 feet to the edge and sort of prep for the rest of the party if you want. To
Yes.
sort of jump ship if you want. Cool. Incredible. And last but not, we also have Chaplin and Ed down there. Is there any preferences there?
I'm gonna grab my stuff. I can't summon auto, right? Without my focus. That's
You
probably
hear
thinking.
Ed, you hear Otto inside the box going inside of the box.
I was hoping. I was like, I wonder what he's gonna do with auto. I wasn't gonna mention it, but yeah, Ed's gonna do that. Rinse and repeat. He's, it's kind of like, okay, if they're all fucking off, these people seem normal. I'm not losing my mind entirely. And his intelligence is an 18, so whatever. As
So
much
you-
speed as I have.
You got a fuck ton of speed with an 18. You said
Yeah, my speed is 18. I mean, my
So
my
you-
intelligence.
so. You have a 90 feet of speed. So you run over there at 15 feet. You sort of follow everyone else. Maybe Chaplin's like, yeah, remember you can use your mind to go really fast. And you're like, okay.
Oh no.
And you just like take off like fucking Superman because you're
Yeah.
wicked smart. And you used 15 feet, so that gives you've got 75 feet left just on standard movement, and you fly right to the edge where Bisan is, and you can prepare to jump ship as well if you wish.
Yeah, I'll prepare to jump ship as well.
Okay. I'll say you had a little. Varsh, you and Ethyrith had a little movement left. Would you two like to do the same thing to sort of get to the edge, prepare?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys get to the edge there and prepare to do a little jump ship because you want to do it at the same time because you're moving very fucking fast right now, and if you do it sort of broken line, it's going to take a while to catch up with each other. Last but not least, Chaplin.
I'm not fast, but I'll dash.
All right, it is noting that there is one box left down there is epoxy stuff. Epoxy's
Oh,
upstairs
oh.
holding the line.
I'll grab that then. I didn't realize that
Okay.
Epoxy had a box of stuff. Okay.
Oh,
I
what do
didn't know
even
Epoxy had
have?
possessions.
Neither did I. I'll be honest.
You have standard adventuring.
I just have
gear.
standard equipment.
That counts as your
I-
stuff, man.
I can replace that. Wait, my
Um,
gold.
And your gold, that's right. So
Get my coin
you
purse.
have 50 feet of movement. Yeah, you're like, oh, this is a really light box. Like nothing in there. And you use 10 feet of movement. You fly up. You got 40 feet left. I'm just gonna say you get to where your allies are, and you guys kind of stand
Okay.
wait at the jump point there. That's going to bring us to the bad guys who are going to sort of. This guy's getting mauled. He's like, ugh! And he's going to take his mace and he's going to try and bash the dog twice. The dog has an AC of 12. Buddy gets one, sort of tries to swing, disadvantage because of prone, and then tries to swing again, disadvantage because prone misses the dog. This guy over here is going to try and swing at the owl twice, and is going to definitely make contact. The 22 and an 18. That owl goes on the first strike. So that is a dead owl. This one's going to come over and he's going to and try and swing at you, Apoxy.
All right.
But misses with a 10.
Yeah, misses.
Hits the ground. This one's going to attack the goat. It's going to do so twice. That will beat the goat AC very easily. Goat's got 4 hit points. Let's see if it survives. It does not. The first hit, and the goat goes and disappears. And then he's going to charge this door, and the door is going to swing open. He's going to say, he's going to speak in deep speech. And you guys are going to see a mind flare sort of appear in the doorway as this guy steps out of the way. Is going to look around, a little surprised, and is going to start moving towards you, Apoxy. Tentacles.
Oh my
out.
goodness.
18 to hit.
Yeah, it hits.
Tentacles wrap around your head. You are grappled and stunned. Oh, make an intelligence saving throw. Sorry, you're grappled.
Come on, I need a good roll today. Start it. 11.
11. You take 11 points of psychic damage. You are grappled and you are stunned. As it wraps its tentacles around your head.
11. Woof.
We're gonna roll a little luck check for you guys. You are very lucky on a nat 20. This mind flayer down here that was patrolling, here's a ruckus upstairs and decides not to go right, but go left. And start ascending the stairs this way, and all of you who are gathered up here sort of dodge this guy. He's going to take an action to dash into the scene, basically like assess the situation as mind flayers are gathering. Cool. So great. That'll bring us to the dog, who's going to continue to bite the prone guy. Or actually, he turns around. He's going to go at the mind flayer and attack the mind flayer. And he will hit with a natural 19. A mind flayer is surprisingly knocked over, and the grapple is broken with Apox, and you're like, ugh, and come out of it as the dog's on top, like, he's like biting his tentacle. And yeah, goat's gone, owl's gone. The dog does 7 points of damage to the mind flayer. Okay. All right, that brings us to the party. Zalace, Apoxy, you see your crew is all gathered at the side of the ship. They're ready to jump ship, but you all are sort of back a bit. What do you do?
Okay, so I'm going to use my crossbow to hit the guy that's in front of Apoxy.
This guy? There's a prone guy and there's a standing guy.
No, the standing guy.
All right, go for it. Make a.
I'm going to use sharpshooter as well.
Okay, take an advantage attack roll -5.
Um, 24 to hit.
That'll hit. Roll me crossbow damage plus sneak attack.
12.
So I think that's 2d6 plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
You got
19 plus the 10, so 29 points of damage.
29 points of damage. Let's see if Buddy's still up. He is barely standing also. He's got like one in the neck and he's like, and you get the sense he's only still alive because perhaps the consciousness is in the brain, and the body isn't as important as if he were truly alive.
And then seeing that there's a gap, I am gonna book it to where the other guys are.
All right. There's quite a lot of fellows here, but you have the power of your mind. Would you like to sort of fly over the danger?
Well, he's prone, this guy, isn't he? On the floor.
That's true.
With the dog.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Okay, so you'll run 10 feet. You
I've got
can
75 in total.
Yeah, 75 with the flight. So we're just gonna pick you up. So you get like
Stuns. Sorry.
5. We'll deal with this for a second. So 10, and then 40 gets you to the edge here without issue, or you can prepare to jump off with your buddies. As soon as everyone gathers here, the party can jump. So we'll say, Zalace, you can go into your bonus action dash if you want, when the party is ready, which leaves you Apoxy. You are no longer stunned per the Mind Flayer having let go of you. Yeah, the grapple ended, which means the stun ends. So you kind of come back to your senses. You've got this guy really hurt in front of you. You got this guy prone on the ground about to get up. You see this Mind Flayer who's been taken down by the dog for probably a couple seconds, and this other approaching Mind Flayer. You are quite cornered. What do you do?
I am immediately raging, bringing out the claws yet again.
Okay.
And attacking that guy that's ready to be taken out.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll. You have you can attack recklessly if you want.
I will attack recklessly.
Okay, you'll have advantage, but everyone will have advantage on
19.
you. 19 will hit, but he's got 2 hit points left. You get it. You sort of, your mouth sort of opens, the claws sort of arrive from under your plating. You just
The
jam
claws
your
have
claw like straight through
damage
his
die.
chest. Yeah, we don't even need to do damage. He's got 2 hit
Oh,
You can if you
okay,
want,
okay.
But he's got 2 hit points. You just jam your claw into his chest and like tear his heart out, and he and falls to
At
the
the
ground
end
dead.
of the whippy arms, I just have a little blades at the end of it and just go.
Absolutely. All right, that's your
I'm
action. That's
running.
your bonus section. You're running. You
Oh
run
no, what's my
10,
30.
10, and another 10. What is your intelligence score?
11.
11.
55.
Use what little
Five.
intelligence I have.
So as you go running in, you're running out of walking speed. You kind of just see everybody floating around. You're able to just sort of press through the power of your mind, and you sort of psychically shoot yourself off of the ground. And in that moment, all of you are in the same position. You all look at each other, and at the same moment, jump off the side of the ship. And
Everybody
you're
hold
like jumping
hands
off the ship.
before we go.
Oh,
Group hug.
You all,
Group hug.
you all hold hands. Someone grabs Apoxy's hand and goes, ah, fucking shit.
Get my tail.
Let's make one of those skydiving stars.
That's what I was thinking of.
With that, you all grab hands, maybe do a group hug or a skydiving star, and you all at the same time jump off the side of the ship. And the ship going at light speed is very much like I can't even express it with my hands. It's too fast. But this thing's going 100 million miles a day, literally. And you guys jump off in that moment. You are thrown into the astral plane, leaving the Ethyrith ship behind. It will be truly remarkable. You guys are now a needle in a haystack. The idea of them finding you is a 1,000,000 to 1 odd at this point, as you guys are sort of just flung free across the astral plane. But it is very much like being thrown out of a plane, or like getting hit by a tidal wave and you're underwater, just getting spun out like fucking crazy. The amount of speed that you're leaving behind is astronomical. I'm gonna say I need the whole party to roll on athletics checks. You'll all have advantages. You're all helping one another and holding on to one another.
Yes, please.
So long as you don't roll below a 10, you will not get lost in this sort of throw in this moment.
Okay.
That was an 11 for Bisan.
Close, Bisan, but you hold on.
17.
13 for Varsh. I need to roll.
Yeah, Ethyrith is like, because he's like a weird animal, so he can't really.
Athletics, you said, yeah?
Ethyrith,
23.
no!
He has advantage. He has advantage.
Oh,
Don't
Yeah.
worry.
Varsh, don't leave us.
Okay, Ethyrith's
Hey.
fine.
Ethyrith's okay. Ethyrith's okay. So did anybody? So remember, athletics at advantage. Did anyone roll below a 10?
No.
Yes. I rolled
Yes.
a 3 and a 7. My strength is only a +1. So
3 and a 7. So at 9, you guys are sort of being spun out. You're all holding on as tight as you can. You're holding on, Ed, and you're like hoping it'll end any second now because your grip is loosening, and then Ed just gets lost. Whoever was holding on to Ed's hand, I'm just gonna roll to see who was holding on to him, just for the sake of crushing guilt.
Okay, I don't know if it makes any difference, but I rolled a nat 20 on that. So if it's me, can I hold on to him?
Funny enough, it is you. I just rolled it.
Oh my god!
On a nat 20, I'll say that
God.
Ed lets go, and you just manage to, like, by some athletic miracle, grab onto his ankle as he's being spun out.
Complete cliffhanger move.
Yeah. Absolutely. You grab Ed. Ed, you lose track, and you like, and you have that movie moment where the music swells, and you look down, and Chaplin's like, got you. And he's like, I won't let go, man. I won't let go, bro. And he's got you, but the chain is broken. You all sort of spin out a little bit, but luckily, as you guys sort of, come to a halt, and that crazy sort of thrown spin ends, you guys find yourselves all in the same space. You're able to use your mental power to right yourselves, and you all find yourselves just floating out in the astral plane. Yes, Varsh.
As we slow down and kind of are now isolated in the astral plane, I would like to roll a wisdom save for madness.
Fair enough. You're back. you're as in it as you've ever been.
I've been holding it together like the whole operation, but now that we're finally out.
Oh no.
That is an 8.
Oh no.
All right, Varsh, would you say, and I'll leave it to you, would you say this is a long-term situation or a short-term situation or an indefinite situation?
This isn't going to be permanent, but I'd say this might be long-term. This is quite literally reliving the worst day of his life all over again.
Oh my god.
Absolutely. All right, roll me a D100.
Get out with friends this time.
But you have us. And he's like, no.
18.
18. So for the next 50 hours, you are going to be experiencing vivid hallucinations and have disadvantage on ability checks.
Gosh.
So you're just like, you kind of see, now that you're in the Astral Sea, you're sort of like, you're having trouble keeping track of reality. It's like you're back in your original time in the astral plane, maybe here, maybe you're seeing monsters from your last visit, maybe not, but you're just in the throes of vivid hallucinations for the next little while. You're still somewhat functional, but we will use that term very loosely. How about that?
Varsh kind of lets out a guttural kind of cry as he hangs on to Ethyrith and finally takes in his surroundings, and then just kind of speaks, Hecate.
Ooh. Yes, Bisan, yes.
Still speaking in GIF and still speaking telepathically if she can, she'll connect with Zalace and say, open this. And if he opens it, the first thing she's going to do is put her earring in.
Oh, open this, you say?
Because she's got a box, right? Box for shit. In the box for shit, there will be an earring.
Yeah.
Bisan is
You
still
wanna...
on mission.
Got it. Zalace, you want to go around and open everyone's boxes?
Yeah.
Thieves' tools. All right. Make me 3 thieves' tools checks. So sleight of hand checks.
So natural 19, so that's 26 on one.
Yep, that one opens. We'll say that was the Suns.
18 on the second one, so that's I got 25. And then 9, which is 16.
Okay, you managed to get all open except for Apoxy's box. You're sort of struggling to get that one open, but you'll try again later maybe. But everyone else's box opens up. But Apoxy's lock, you're just like, maybe your nerves are fried and you realize your hands are shaking from
Can
the
I try to break it?
Yeah, man, make me an athletics check to try and just smash the lock open.
I'm doing this recklessly. I assume I still
Sure.
have rage? Okay.
Sure. I'll say that the crazy like ship exit airlock throw was intense enough you held your rage on.
Oh, that's not so good. 16? Is that good enough?
It is not. You're sort of like, but you lose your rage, and unfortunately your box remains shut for the time being.
God dang it!
You float, you drift, you put in your earring. All of you sort of experience some level of madness. The only person really holding it together at this time seems to be Chaplin. I think as you as well as Zalace. Maybe you're starting to realize the like shell shock. Like you're fine in your head, you're totally good. But on that last thieves' tools, now that you've left, you realize like how much anxiety, like how much shock you're in. Your like hands are shaking like crazy in that PTSD kind of way you were talking about. And you guys are all sort of adrift, both physically and mentally. Your days, like even by Spelljammer ship speed, you are like days away from the nearest wild space system. With your current speed, maybe years. You guys are adrift. You are lost in the astral plane.
I've got the wild space already. Yeah.
You got the orrery, that's right.
So if I looked at that, I know I'm not great with it, but I can see Varsh is not able to do it.
Mm-hmm. The magic seems to be, for whatever reason, hang on a second. It seems to be unresponsive for whatever reason. You're not used to utilizing this thing, but its magic seems unresponsive. Yes, Bisan.
Once she gets the earring in, she's simply going to connect to your Laka. And the question of the day is...
Well, he connects to you. You don't connect to him. He connects to you.
I thought that the earring allowed her to connect to him as well.
The earring was a focus for his mind to be able to find you, not the other way around. He's far your superior in psionic energy.
Then what she'll do is like she'll put all of her gear on and she'll tell everyone, keep your heads. Help is coming.
Yeah. So
I don't know when.
So you're like, don't worry guys, keep your heads. And you see like Ed's like at the edge of the party looking around terrified. Varsh is actively weeping, holding on to Ethyrith for dear life. Apoxy's like angrily trying to open the box.
My head.
Zalace is like having like a PTSD reaction. Maybe Chaplin alone is like, okay.
Don't worry, Bisan, I believe you.
But the party's in shambles. But something after you guys are adrift here for a little while, Bisan, maybe Chaplin, you're trying to get the party to corral, but people are struggling. This party has been through it about as harsh as anyone can. And in that moment, Bisan, all of you feel a terrible feeling inside of you. You feel this feeling within the animal reptile brain that lies within all people, that sort of base animal instinct that still lies within all humanoid creatures, that basically says, danger, death is coming, run. just something in the primal instinct of your body says, like, you need to go, run, death is coming. It's that prey instinct that is like fight or flight. Flight just turns on for all of you all of a sudden. You can listen to it or not, you're conscious beings, but you feel this, like, uh-oh, kind of feeling. Your stomach drops, fear sort of hits you. You can react to it if you want or not. Bisan, you recognize the sensation.
I know exactly what this is.
And in that moment, dropping out of cruise speed, you see another alien ship, but not anything like what the Illithids have designed. This is a thing of solid obsidian, of a design you have never seen before. Its very existence brings terror to your heart. For what reason you do not know, but it is made of a material you've never seen before and of a design that is far more advanced than anything you've ever seen. Bisan, you have rode on these ships many times. And you see a section of the ship sort of opens up Predator style with a bright light, and sort of floating forward, you will all see shapes very familiar to Bisan in long draping robes with strange alien designs. You see the Gith Zerai right here.
Oh.
And in Gith, they'll look to you and they'll say, "Come, sister. Let us be away." And that is where we'll end the session.
Nice.
Family you got.
Guys, I'm gonna be
Oh
gone
my
next
goodness.
week. Oh shit!
No, you're gone next week.
I'm on vacation. I'm in Orlando. I can't be here. I'm
No.
sorry. I had to negotiate for a single game.
Oh no.
We've got shit going on in all the games. Damn it. I'm sorry. Shit.
You could get the backstory finished in the background. Oh my goodness.
But it makes sense that they would show up with what she was doing.
Mm-hmm. You guys were going to spend maybe a couple days, if not weeks, out there if you hadn't done that.
Oh yes.
Maybe
Luckily,
even
only a
years.
couple of us didn't need
So
any.
what would you guys like to do with your downtime as you spend several years wandering through the Astral
Years?
Sea?
Yeah.
It's possible, man.
Yeah,
I
you
heard-
could.
I heard
Oh,
Varsh
I was
says
thinking
that
on the ship. Sorry.
Oh, in case you didn't know, basically Apoxy or Bisan sat down and tried to become one with the Astral Sea and connect with everything all at once.
You didn't
was just the
get that
energy
far,
that
but you certainly
surrounds you.
became one with you unlocked something you've never experienced before, that's to be certain.
Yeah, no, she doesn't know what she did. She knows what she was trying to do. I
Oh
mean,
my gosh.
in the face of certain death, why the F not?
As soon as Varsh was like faced with the prospect of spending potentially like years again just floating in the Astral Sea, never hungry, never aging,
Can't die.
just really fucked with his head.
Yeah, but this time there would be jokes.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's even worse. I'll roll again.
No.
It's very comedic that the only person that was like, "Yeah, we're good," is like the chaos god Chaplin. Like that's like the definition of not good.
Like
I,
Bisan didn't lose it, but Bisan felt it relevant enough to like let go of all consciousness and just hide in the deepest recesses of her psionics within her subconscious. So really Chaplin's the only one who hasn't fucking lost it in some way.
I
Yeah, like, I
got a
figure
little
at
bit
this point,
angry.
Bisan's like her nose is bleeding, her eyes are bleeding, she's got blood coming out of her
Yeah.
ears because she's way
Eyes are all
overcooked her brain.
bloodshot.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
she way extended herself. By the way, she's probably gonna have to. I gotta talk to you, Ryan. Let me know when we can chat.
Maybe that's why Bisan isn't around next session, because she just fully loses fucking consciousness for the session.
yeah, that makes sense.
That would actually make total sense if she got onto the ship and just completely collapsed, like went into a coma.
Just goes into a psionic coma. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. You all
And
need to go
historically-
into the astral. We need to delve into her astral mind and bring her back. Bring
Yeah,
back
that's-
Professor Xavier.
Historically,
Ryan,
the
can you
short-term
remind me
methods.
of the gun that I picked up off the commander? Because I tried looking for it, and the only one I can really find is a musket, and the only other one is the blunderbuss, but that's
Blunderbuss. That's it. That's it.
That's
Blunderbuss.
Exandria only. Yeah, so that's fine.
You can add the Exandria one. It'll serve the same purposes. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
We'll just ignore the misfire score.
that's fine. Okay, just wanted to check.
Sweet, sweet.
All right,
Okay, well, I
Cheers,
hope this has
guys.
been exciting enough for you.
That was awesome.
yeah, that was a great session, man. On a roll.
This got me on
Cool,
my
cool.
toes.
Bisan, what did you do that section? I thought. I thought.
I mean, everyone always like you make tragic backstories in the backstory. Why not have the tragic backstory in game? You know?
That's what I was saying this entire time. I'm like, I gotta get Ryan a Christmas present because in my history of role playing, all my tragic backstory bullshit is always like before. This was like real time. Like I'm like a whole new Ed came out of that ship just now. I gotta figure him out.
No.
I
And
mean,
it's a
if you think
shared
about it,
trauma. Yeah.
Ed and
Give me some
Bisan
credit, Alan.
probably come out of the other side of this completely different.
I tried to check all your boxes. I looked at all of your major traumas from your backstory and tried to check all of them into this session. Okay, wandering the astral plane, check. Your father getting
Claustrophobia is new
intimidated.
for epoxy.
Claustrophobia, check. Mind flares, check. I would do my best. I'll find you, Chaplin. I'll find you.
Oh my god.
Great job for triggering everyone.
Chaplain's is gonna be like, you have to sit and be quiet for 10 minutes. No.
The
Eric,
silence
time
spell.
Oh my god.
No one will perceive you for 10 minutes.
You are not the center of attention for 10 seconds.
No!
No. I'm just kidding. All right, guys. You have a good day.
Hey,
All right,
man.
cheers,
Have
man.
a good
Catch you
one.
later.